This time I'll call the meeting to order. Our first line of business will be the invocation by Supervisor Ronald Mitchell, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance by Supervisor Nick Mitchell. If you all will, please stand.
Let us pray. Thank you, Lord, for this beautiful day. Thank you for all these wonderful citizens. Thank you for all the county staff that serve this county every day. Please guide us in making wise decisions today. In your name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We'd like to thank everyone for coming out today and joining us as we conduct our monthly meeting. As we get started, I would like to ask for the approval of today's agenda. If any members have any additions or corrections to the agenda, I hope you've had a chance to speak to staff before today. If not, what's your pleasure?
Mr. Chairman, I would move the approval of the agenda as submitted.
Okay. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right. All in favor of approving today's agenda, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Record show there are none opposed. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we'd like to take just a few minutes and recognize the Franklin County Family Resource Center for their accreditation as a domestic violence agency.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, as I would ask Angie Phillips, the Director of the Family Resource Center, maybe her staff to maybe join you down front, Mr. Chairman, if that's appropriate. And I'll share a little bit about this to recognize our staff today. In April of 2022, so well over a year ago, the Family Resource Center staff applied for state accreditation. Of course, they submitted key documents that supports the department in operating at the highest level of practice and standards in the sexual and domestic violence field. And of course, that's to ensure that research-based best practices that survivor-centered are inclusive and empowering for the department and that are impacted, those that are impacted by domestic violence. So this is indeed an honor. Out of 17 standards had to be met statewide, and I do understand that the Franklin County Family Resource Center is just one of two standalone domestic violence programs that are currently accredited in the state of Virginia. So that's a tremendous task, Mr. Chairman, members.
Okay. On behalf of the Franklin County Board of Supervisors and the citizens of Franklin County, let me just say thank you so much for the services that you provide for the men and women in Franklin County. The work that you do is unbelievable, and does not go unnoticed. Now, in law enforcement for as long as I have, I'm sure you all feel the same way. A lot of times we go unappreciated at times, but the work that you do is so important to our community. And I just like to say thank you so much. And this award, this is a certificate of accreditation, and it's to the Franklin County Family Resource Center, Domestic Violence Agency, and this will look real nice in your building. And thank you again for all that you do. Let's give them a round of applause. Y'all like to say anything?
Thank the board for recognizing us today. We do a lot of hard work. It's the heart more than anything. Thanks, we appreciate you.
Thank you again. Thank God.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Okay, at this time, in recognition of the Center of Digital Government 2023 Digital County Survey Award, Mr. Whitlow, would you
Yes,
like to explain?
Mr. Chairman, we have another honor today to to give, and that is to our IT department. And of course, representing our IT department today, John Harrison, of course, our IT director, is in Richmond today. But representing the department is Assistant Director Renee Ingram and our network manager Mike Agee. So we would ask them to come forward, maybe join you again, Mr. Chairman, at the podium. I think Madeline has the presentation. This is the 14th year that Franklin County has placed in the top 10 digital counties survey nationwide, recognizing our IT infrastructure, specifically government infrastructure, our online services with Franklin County, as well as all the different systems that they operate here, from cybersecurity to online services, GIS. I can go on and on, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I think we all know how strong of an information technology department we have, and to be recognized 14 years is tremendous. So congratulations.
On behalf of the Board of Supervisors and the citizens of Franklin County, I would like to say congratulations on receiving this award, and also thank you for the service that you provide. And folks, don't realize how important they are, just let something go down. And it doesn't take long when you start screaming for these people, and they show up as quickly as humanly possible and work their magic, and we're just so indebted for the service that they provide for us. So I'd like to present you with this, and that will look nice along with all the others that you've done over the years.
We do have a great team in IT that works hard every day to contribute to every element of this award. But it's also ultimately a county award, so please extend our congratulations to all county staff who help us get the job done every day. So thank you.
That's great.
Thank you.
All right, at this time we'll move on to our consent agenda. Actually, if you'd have told me that, I could have
I
stayed
know.
down there.
I was sitting here thinking, Mr. Chairman, we could have given you the
Getting
handheld
to our
mic.
Consent
today.
agenda. This next order of business is a little bittersweet, but a member of our staff is moving on. He has been a tremendous asset to Franklin County for many years, since around 2008, and we're going to miss him a great deal. We've come to rely on him tremendously, and our loss is Galac's gain. And Mike, if you'll meet me up front.
I think Maddie has the,
Maddie has a little something.
and I think you have a mic down there, maybe, Mr. Chairman.
Shoot, I ain't got to
Yeah,
go
I'll
to
take
the gym.
the
I'm
mic
going
with
down so much now.
Okay, I'm going to try to read this as best I can. This is a resolution of appreciation. It says, whereas Mike Burnett has demonstrated his commitment to the citizens of Franklin County by providing faithful leadership for many years in various roles with the county, and whereas Mike was hired in 2008 as tourism coordinator, and since the fall of 2020 has served as assistant county administrator, where he has overseen many different aspects and projects essential to the proficiency of county government. And whereas Mike has served ably during a period of difficult and complex challenges to faithful and steadfastly provide operational and community support to serve the needs and interests of the Franklin County citizens, and whereas Mike has recently announced his acceptance of the position of city manager for the city of Galax, Virginia, and now be it therefore resolved by the Franklin County Board of Supervisors to recognize Michael Burnett for the invaluable contributions he has made to plan and oversee numerous county projects to the betterment of Franklin County's overall quality of life, and be it further resolved that the Board of Supervisors of the County of Franklin, Virginia, commend and express the sincere appreciation to Michael Burnett and extend the very best wishes to him and his family.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you guys. You did not need to do that, but it's been an honor, a blessing to be a part of Franklin County for this long. Never going to be able to top it, but I'm so glad that I got to experience it with each one of you. And all the friends and partners here in the room, thank you for the time you've given me. So thank you.
Mike.
How about this side over here? Thank you. Thank you.
Will Mr. Carter be working the buzzer now?
Yes, you are. You're in
Oh, that Mr. Carter.
No, you're Mr. Carter.
Is that all?
Mr. Chairman, I got something to say.
Go right ahead.
I want to take a second to say how much I'm going to miss Mike. He and I come on about the same time. And as a matter of fact, probably there's not but three people here that realizes or knows this, but Mike and Reba and myself, we were the ones that got the county fair started. And so it's just going to be you and I, the only ones going to be left, Reba, after Mike's gone. And Mike, all of his endeavors and accomplishments with the county business park, and it just keeps going on. And I'm going to miss you, Mike. I hate to see you go, but I have no problem with somebody leaving if they're bettering themselves. And going up there, Galax, I think Tim said it a while ago, it's our loss is their gain. They're getting a good man, and I hate to see you go. Thank you, buddy.
Well, I'd also like to say, if you don't mind, they say you don't miss nobody till they're gone. You ain't left yet, and I'm still missing right now. I really appreciate you. I've worked with you for the last 8 years. I think whatever you've done was the best endeavor for Franklin County, and I really appreciate people like you that are dedicated to getting us up, running, going, the business park, all that. I really, really, truly appreciate you, and like I said, I miss you already. But I wish you the best in your endeavors. You deserve it, and thank you for what you've done.
Go ahead.
I'd just like to say congratulations, Mike. I wish you all the best. I have some relatives that live close to that area, and now that you're leaving, I have nobody to text and say, "Oh my God, can you believe they said that?" Okay, I will. Okay.
Anyone
No,
else?
you don't. They still use tin cans up there.
Anyone else like to?
Sure, Mike, I want to echo congratulations to you. I know that this is aspirational for you in your career path, but, you just take pride in your accomplishments and in the good human being that you are. You're a good man, and that will serve you well. And I know that you will go to Galax, and you'll be an asset to that locality and to the staff as well. So I wish you the very best. You will be missed, but as Mr. Thompson, I think it was Mr. Thompson said, I would never attempt to stand in the way of those that can better themselves professionally, and I think that this is a wonderful opportunity for you.
Good luck to you, Mike. Wish you the best.
Anybody else? Again, thank you, Mike, and don't forget where we're at. Door's always open. All right, back to business. If that's the last one,
I think so, Mr. Chairman.
Didn't realize I was going to get my steps in today. But back to consent agenda. Board, what's your pleasure?
I'd like to pull number 4, Mr. Chairman.
Number 4. Anyone else? Okay, seeing none, what's your pleasure on items 1, 2, and 3?
Mr. Chairman, I move the adoption of consent agenda items 1, 2, and 3.
Okay,
I'll second that.
all right. We have a motion and a second to approve items number 1, 2, and 3. Any discussion before we take a final vote? Okay. Madam Clerk, will you take a roll call on those, please?
Supervisor Ronnie Mitchell,
Yes.
Supervisor Nick Mitchell,
Yes.
Supervisor Mike Carter,
Yes.
Supervisor Tommy Cundiff,
Yes.
Supervisor Lori Smith,
Yes.
Supervisor Ronnie Thompson,
Yes.
Chairman Tatum.
Yes. Okay, Mr. Mitchell, item number 4.
I know in the past, in the short time I've been here, when other constitutional officers have came wanting supplemental funding, they've been urged to join the county pay plan, and it's my understanding the Commonwealth's Attorney's Office is not on the pay plan. And I remember back at budget time, Chris, correct me if I'm wrong, we appropriated money to make up for things like this for other offices if they decided to join, and I believe that's the path that the Commonwealth's Attorney's Office should take. We've made others do it, and I believe we should be consistent.
Mr. Chairman, I agree with Mr. Mitchell. I think we need to table this until at a time that we can get together with the Commonwealth Attorney in his office and have a discussion and to entail everything that goes on there.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Brown was not the Commonwealth when that was done, correct?
Yeah,
That's
just,
to his, yeah.
yeah,
So, like the board to remember that Mr. Brown was not the Commonwealth when all this took place, so, I want to support whatever's best for the office. So if this is what's best, I would support it, but whatever the board's pleasure is, but I'm willing to move forward with it today if that's what's necessary.
All right, Mr. Thompson, are you making a motion to table this item?
Yes, sir. I'll make that a motion that it be tabled for 30 days to at such point, maybe at the next board meeting, that we can get together and staff and have a conversation with Mr. Brown in regards to this and what all it entails.
Mr. Chairman, I agree with Mr. Thompson and Mr. Mitchell that I think this needs to be set aside until we have more discussion about
Okay,
it.
you second his motion? then?
I'll second his motion wide open.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second to table this for 30 days. Any more discussion before we take a final vote?
Mr. Chairman, I'd just like to make a comment. I don't have an objection to this, but I want the board to remember, I think a strong law enforcement and a strong Commonwealth Attorney's Office is very important to the county, and if he needs this funding, whichever way he gets it, I'm going to support the Commonwealth Attorney's Office either way.
And I would like to add, I support him getting it as well. I don't think we have enough on it to make a just decision.
To make that motion, I'm not opposed to any of this. I mean, I think they deserve the money and we need to work it out, but we also need to have a discussion so that everything's equal.
Just a question. So what benefits him and his staff more, our pay plan or this 30,000? I mean, I can understand the hesitance from some of the board members, but if the compensation plan is better for him and his staff, then why wouldn't that be presented today? Just
That
question.
was mine for the motion, to find out how it benefits, and this just came up and.
if I may, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, maybe I can shed a little light on that. Yes, Mr. Nick Mitchell, you are correct in terms of the county's compensation plan and so forth. The constitutional officers, of course, have that opportunity, if they wish, to join the county's compensation plan. I think it's a matter of timing, Mr. Roddy Mitchell, that you mentioned in terms of Mr. Brown, of course, came into the position on an interim basis, if you will, sometime last year, right around the time the compensation plan was being finished and finalized. And so at that time, in conversations with the finance staff who shepherded a lot of the pay plan, the decision was made, well, it was too premature at that point not to know enough about that, being so new to the office. And of course, we roll forward 1 year. We've since come to realize from Mr. Brown in recent days, recent months, that retention, recruitment, of course, always a challenge, but retention has certainly become a challenge. This was, I think, a request from Mr. Brown from the standpoint of maybe a stopgap measure, if you will, to get to a point of when more data can be completed. Now, that being said, and of course, I know our Finance Director, Brian Carter's here, what we have done with the fiscal years, the Commissioner of Revenue also forego last year to join the pay plan, joined the pay plan this year. That gave staff ample time to analyze and evaluate the positions as well as budget appropriately for them in the fiscal year. I think in this situation, it is a matter of timing. But if it is the board's pleasure, hearing the motion and the second, for staff to put more data together, certainly we can work with Mr. Brown, we can work with Mr. Carter in the office to do so, and bring back what any other information that the board may need, to help them make an informed decision.
Mr. Chairman, if I may make
Go
a
ahead.
quick remark. I certainly know that this board, we have worked collectively over probably a year or so to hear cases from some of our department heads, sheriff's office, and some of our other constitutionals about the retention issue. And I know that Mr. Brown's office, I believe he's lost 2 attorneys quite recently. And so what we have is another problem that we're having with retention in terms of being able to get the job done. And so it's my hope that this board will stand ready. I support the need to get more information together and present it to the board for a full understanding. But I think that from my perspective, I stand ready to support Mr. Brown and his request. I think he is being proactive and he's advocating for his office instead of letting things just fall and then say, well, what do I do? So, and this is something that we have encouraged staff and our constitutional officers to do. We all are in this together and we all need to communicate, operations. And this stuff gets down to operational efficiency. And we've got to keep our eye on that as a board.
I'd like to ask Mr. Brown, if you could come forward. I just have one quick question, and I'll get back to you.
Yes, sir.
My question is, if we table this for 30 days, is that going to be a serious detriment to you and your office?
I don't know that answer. I hope not, but I can't tell you that for certain. I don't want to have to be here asking for this today. As I told Chris when we met, I know everybody comes to you asking for money, and so I'd rather not be here today either. But for the good of the people in my office, for the good of my office, this is something I needed to come forward on.
Okay.
So my question is if we're going to table it for 30 days to get more information, if we decide to put them in the compensation plan, does that won't go into effect for him and his employees till next budget year? Or will it be able to be implemented immediately?
It would likely be, and of course, I would lean on Mr. Carter some. It would most likely be next budget year to be a part of the county pay plan.
See, I don't support that.
Previous
I mean,
practice.
the man's here trying to fight for his employees today. I think if he's asking for $30,000 for the benefit of his office, let's give it to him today, and then let's put him in the compensation plan for next year. That's how I see it, because if he's seeing a need for it now, he wouldn't be here today. And if he needs it, we need to give it to him. That's how I feel.
Mr. Chairman, might I add that how many times have we had other department heads in front of us asking for this? And they didn't get, at budget time, how many of them came before us asking for it? And I could be wrong, I'm still new at this, but it's been made clear to me that if you wanted it, you joined a pay plan. You didn't get it without it. And I believe we're setting an unfair field here if we go on the consent agenda and give it to the Commonwealth's attorney, and we haven't done it for others in the past.
All right. We have a motion on the floor to table this for 30 days. We also have a second. So at this time, Madam Clerk, will you take a roll call on this, please? And this is the motion to table.
Supervisor Nick Mitchell,
Yes.
Supervisor Mike Carter,
No.
Supervisor Tommy Cundiff,
Yes.
Supervisor Lori Smith,
No.
Supervisor Ronnie Thompson,
Yes.
Supervisor Ronald Mitchell,
No.
Chairman Tatum.
No.
I have 4 noes and 3 yeses.
Okay. So the motion to table has failed, so board, what's your pleasure?
Mr. Chairman, I would, oh, I'm sorry.
Well, I got a question. If we go forward, where's the money coming from? Where's the money, where are we gonna get it?
Mr. Whitlow?
We haven't even discussed that. I mean, come in here and come up wanting money, but we gotta, it's this board's, it's our job to say where it's gotta come from.
Well, I would hope that before staff put on consent agenda, they would have figured out where the money was coming from.
Well, where at? That's all I'm asking. Where at? I wanna know where it's coming from.
Mr. Chairman, I can answer that. Of course, Mr. Carter can maybe bring more light to that. That is the correct question. That question was asked of finance staff. We do currently have a personnel reserve, a lot of times with vacancy savings. It is not an ongoing, if you will, practice that certainly you typically would follow. However, we have pulled with the personnel reserve, vacancy reserve. And of course, that can be complex, so I don't want to put Brian on the spot, but he can likely explain that better than I can. But in looking at that, finance staff does think there are some dollars there that would cover this, or potentially.
Yes, so Mr. Thompson and members of the board, if you remember, so when we budget every year, we budget the pay increase. This year it was 5%, 100% staffed. Well, we all know that's not realistic. We're not going to be 100% staffed all year. So what that creates is what's called vacancy savings. We are conservative in how we budget. We'd rather have the money than not have it, should we be 100% staffed. So if you remember, we also funded the additional fire EMS coverage and the SROs out of those same vacancy savings. So as Mr. Whitlow said, this would be a stopgap measure, and Mr. Thompson, to your point, probably could be funded for this fiscal year, but we will have to find the money along with SROs and along with the full consistent funding for that additional fire EMS coverage in the 2025 budget. So it is a stopgap only, yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman.
Are we kicking the can down the road again?
The bill is adding up, yes, sir.
Okay.
Mr. Carter?
If we decide as a board today to go forward and give this money out of the reserve fund, can we attach a caveat to that with the understanding that his office will fall under the county pay plan under the next budget season? Can we attach that to the motion?
Is that not a decision by the
That's-
Commonwealth Attorney's Office to be made? I'm not sure if we sit in the position of predetermining that on their behalf.
That's what I'm asking.
Am I correct about that, Mr. Whitlow?
I think so.
I think with practice, we have certainly agreed to by the constitutional office. The constitutional office of the sheriff has agreed to come on the county's pay plan, as well as the Commissioner of the Revenue. And I think we would follow that practice if the Commonwealth's attorney would want to officially come into the county's pay plan.
And with deference to Mr. Cooper and being a fairly new Commonwealth's attorney, I believe that he'll continue to identify the weaknesses and the needs in his office as he moves through time. And I think that this is an acknowledgement that he sees, and he's doing something about it. And so, I think when it comes to our 2024, let's say our 25-26 budget, is that right? Boy, the years are going by fast. I would expect Mr. Cooper to be advocating at budget time as our other submissions come in for what the needs are in his office, and I would anticipate seeing that.
Mr. Gwynn, you look puzzled.
I was going to answer Mr. Carter's question, which is, if Mr. Brown commits to it, then you can always make your motion contingent upon his commitment.
Okay,
But otherwise, you can't force him into a pay plan.
right,
Well, can we hear from Mr. Brown?
sure.
I don't want to put you on the spot, Cooper, but
Looks
I'm
like
curious
you're-
what your thoughts are on that.
Yes, sir. Well, as an elected official. I run again this fall. And so at this point, I can only speak as to what I will do until December 31st. If I am elected Commonwealth Attorney again here in Franklin County, I'm happy to look at that option. I think moving backwards, when I looked at that option before with finance, that it didn't benefit my attorneys at all. And the problem I think I kind of saw with it was I have two attorneys, and those are the two people I'm here for today. They both have over 15 years experience as prosecutors, almost 20 years experience as attorneys, and there are other jobs out there. And looking at the county pay plan, it wouldn't have increased what they make over what the comp board provides. And I think the reasoning behind that is, and somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, but the pay plan that the county is currently using doesn't give any, their experience isn't counted in that. And so to me, a lawyer who has been doing prosecution work for the past 15 years is more valuable likely than someone right out of law school.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
No, please.
I don't disagree with anything that you said. That's the reason I wanted to hold it over for 30 days so we can talk about it and work these problems out. I mean, simply saying, I understand the state is saying one thing. I mean, the state of Virginia, I was law enforcement for 30 years. The state of Virginia said one policeman was supposed to take care of 1,500 people. You know, that's just absolutely ridiculous. And it's the same thing there, and that's what I wanted to table it for 30 days to talk about it, because we've got an agenda today to discuss. I'm not arguing anything that you're saying, but to me, I still say Sheriff's Department's under the county pay plan, and I'm not trying to be a smart aleck. I'm not trying, but if you're gonna be with the county, then be with the county. That's why I look at that. It's two separate things here. And, yeah, the county's got a whole lot better benefits than what the state does. And so that's how I feel about that. Gonna be part of the county, then be Franklin County.
Ms. Smith?
Are you ready for a motion?
Yes.
I would make a motion that we grant and fund $30,000 to the Commonwealth's Attorney's Office as requested, with the caveat that over the next month, that information be provided to the Board of Supervisors that will inform the supervisors as to the basis and answers questions that we've discussed today.
Second.
All right. We have a motion and a second to approve with the attached caveat. Any further discussion before we take a final vote?
I would just like to add, Mr. Chairman, that I've heard those same concerns from other offices that Cooper just had. And I feel like we didn't grant them the same courtesy.
No, we did.
Mr. Chairman, I need to amend my motion.
Okay.
And
I'm sorry,
I
Nick.
might add that and Lori's motion is fine and all, but that motion drags on forever, and we don't have any teeth in that game. He might say he's going to do it. And it might happen. It might not. And I agree that Cooper needs it, but I'm just saying we don't have a fair playing field here.
No.
I agree with Mr. Nick Mitchell. I don't see why 30 days is gonna hurt anything.
Well, it's already
Till
been
we get this
decided.
worked out.
It's already been motioned.
I know, but I'm just telling you.
I need to amend my motion,
ahead.
Mr. Chairman, to include that the allocation of $30,000 be allocated to the Commonwealth's Attorney's Office to be used for salary, to go directly towards salaries and any retention efforts or attraction efforts the Commonwealth's Attorney sees fit.
I'm good with that.
Madam Clerk, will you take a roll call, please?
Can you read the motion? I mean, I didn't quite catch it all. What's the whole motion?
I have a motion to approve the $30,000 with a caveat that information to the BOS will be provided informing on the basis and the questions asked today, and then amended to include an allocation to be allocated and used directly to salary and retention actions or attraction efforts by the Commonwealth's Attorney as he sees fit.
Okay.
I have a question. So if we do this motion and they don't go on the county pay plan, then do they lose the $30,000 starting next fiscal year?
I would say no.
I'm just curious. Okay.
I mean, I'm just one person up here.
But that's a decision to be made at that time.
Yes, that's right.
Okay.
Any other discussion before we take a final vote? Madam Clerk?
Supervisor Mike Carter,
Yes.
Supervisor Tommy Cundiff,
No.
Supervisor Lori Smith,
Yes.
Supervisor Ronnie Thompson,
No.
Supervisor Ronald Mitchell,
Yes.
Supervisor Nick Mitchell,
No.
Chairman Tatum.
Yes.
The motion passes.
All right. Next line of business, Todd Daniels.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, good to be with you today as usual. Before I start, I want to say congratulations to Mike. Surprised us, we can't say anything that y'all haven't already said, obviously, but we've got a very good relationship and have had with Mike, and his just everything with Franklin County around what Mike does, and I guess maybe commerce and some of you signs are a parting gift, I don't know, but anyway. Thanks for what you've done with us. You'll still be part of Salem District, so that's a good thing. You know a lot of the folks at the district that you'll be dealing with, so still some familiarity. That's a good thing. Mr. Chairman, I'm gonna go through my report today like normal and take any questions or comments. I'm lucky today. You know, I was thinking about, and I do every time, what am I gonna say? How am I gonna say it? What are you gonna ask? How will I answer it? And that sort of thing. Just kind of prepare. And we talk about stuff we accomplish every month in general, right? And not to say that any one thing weighs more than the other, or something's greater than the other. I mean, paving a road is great no matter where we do it, or hard surfacing or putting in a pipe. But this month, it just, I don't know, it feels like I got some great news. And to the folks that live around these places and use these roads, I know it is. So the first one I'm gonna mention is Altos Mill. It's near the town. We completed a box culvert installation, and the reason that's great news to us, it's a big deal. No outlet, the only way in and out to several homes. And we had corrugated metal pipes that were failing, and we replaced it with a concrete box culvert that'll outlast all of us and many years to come, and solves that concern that we have with any road like that with flooding and what have you. That's a great accomplishment. I'm gonna skip down one, Perlman Switch. While it's not a no outlet, we're doing the exact same thing to it today. It's closed, but we're putting in a box culvert to solve a pipe problem there. It's a big project, but they're really beneficial. I'll jump back up. Commerce Road, I mentioned just a second ago. If you don't know, Commerce has kind of been a problem for us for a while with the pavement condition, and we didn't have it on schedules. It just didn't float to the top, and trying to get it resurfaced was a little more of a struggle than trying to pave 122, for example. We had to think outside of the box. How are we going to do this? We involved a lot of folks from our materials section and what have you in Salem, and ultimately we got it paved. We got it milled and paved. So it was quite rough, and we'd met with members of the county and different ones to discuss and try to figure out strategies. Bottom line is we've got that done, and it's fantastic. So if you haven't seen it, I don't know, Mr. Whitlow, if you have, but it's very good. So we're proud of that. Moving on down my list, we're going to do some patching on Hardy Road, and I'm going to jump down one. We do have a pipe replacement ongoing right now on 220 up near Grassy Hill. It's a contractor boring a pipe under 220. If you hadn't noticed, we'd had some failure near the passing lane, the left side of 220 in the southbound direction, and it was concerning, but we're getting that repaired as we speak. Oddly enough, a little bit of bad news, the contractor had his equipment sitting out there, and some of you may have seen it. And yesterday even, apparently, someone stopped on the side of the road and tried to literally load up and steal his track hoe, welding equipment, which I think they got, and also his boring machine, which is significant dollars in value. Pretty brazen act, but in the process, they significantly damaged the track hoe and what have you. So that's disappointing, but they'll deal with it and get the project done here soon enough. One piece that's not on your list, we will be seeing soon, August 20th, give or take, the latex overlay on 122, where we did the patching previously, basically from Booker T to just south of the Gills Creek Bridge. So that'll get that latex overlay. Be a little bit of traffic impact while they're doing it, but we're going to work with our construction section to try to minimize that best we can. But we'll get that sealed up. And then I skipped over one on purpose too. I'm jumping around a little bit, but if you note on your report, installation of high friction pavement on 220, Mr. Mitchell. So
Thank you,
I think
sir.
you'd be glad to see that. I wanted to highlight it. Mr. Ronnie Mitchell had asked about that in the past. If you remember, I talked about we had some testing done. We had two types of testing done. We had our locked wheel skid test, which is literally locking a wheel, a rubber tire, and dragging it, and it determines friction. And that we've been using that for years. But we're pretty lucky that we have access to what's called a scrim, and it's a side force friction machine. It's housed at Virginia Tech, and it goes all over the country. And they came down and did some testing for us. It revealed a little more information than we had with our basic locked wheel test. Nothing that was just terrible, elevated, slick pavement, but it gave us more data. It's more finer data. So we did see some issues that, hey, we could do something here. So as luck would have it, Lynchburg District had a brand new contract with a company that does this work. We were able to piggyback on that contract, and hopefully, well, not hopefully, the plan is to see that this fall. I don't have an exact date, September range. We'll see that put in place. So
Thank you so much for that,
that
Todd.
should solve that
Appreciate
problem. So, all right, moving on to page 2 under some completed studies. Well, I don't want to skip over Bar Ridge. Bar Ridge is still under construction, going well. We're putting base stone down today and this week. Completed safety studies, I got several of them on there. I wanted to highlight a couple things because Mr. Cundiff had asked me, I think a couple of you had asked about the centerline rumble strips in the past, different type of traffic safety items and what have you. And of course, on 40, we had a head-on a while back. It was a fatal, unfortunately. We had the crash on 220 coming out of the Carillion facility. That ultimately was a head-on. The driver was in the wrong lane. And then we also had a head-on Hardy Road a while back. And all of those resulted in fatals, which is horrible. But as I looked through those reports, we didn't have any obvious recommendations. We need to fix this. This would have solved the problem. But what I saw was unbelted. Now, the Carillion crash was not the case. Those folks were belted. That was a significant crash. But both the 40 crash, and they were young individuals, and the Hardy Road crash, unbelted. And unfortunately, we see that, and I'm making just an awareness piece, we see that way too much. And it does contribute to those fatal and very severe crashes. I know we got Yovaso, because I live in Bedford County. My daughter's part of Yovaso, and each county has their program, and I don't know how we could stress it anymore, but it needs to be, no doubt about it. So just wanted to point that out as an awareness piece. And I mentioned the last bullet, we did add temporarily some watch for turning vehicle signs going northbound on 220 as you approach the left turn lane for like where you're going to stick pack and what have you. We had some concern from some drivers, some employees of stick pack and what have you. Ultimately, that left turn will go away once the project is completely built, and we'll remove those signs at that point. So that's a temporary installation. Project status on the last page is, as I've reported before, December ad for all of those projects. So nothing new to report. And with that, Mr. Chairman, that's all I've got.
All right, anyone have any questions for Mr. Daniels? Go ahead.
Hi, Todd.
Yes, ma'am.
Welcome. Can you give me a status on the speed study request I had for 122 there in Westlake?
Yes, ma'am. We actually have a preliminary report back. Our traffic engineers reviewed it. They didn't go out and review the roadway because we had recently reviewed it in 2021. Now, I realize that's within pandemic parentheses, if you will. But we didn't see, well, they didn't see significant enough change to do a complete study on the highway because we had recently extending that 45, and it's 45 through there, we extended it back past Harmony School, was actually the result of that 2021 review. So, as it stands today, we're not planning to lower the speed limit. Now, we haven't finished our discussions with them, but we're not planning to lower the speed limit through that Westlake segment. And if I remember right, Ms. Smith, we took that all the way to the bridge just because of the economic or the commercial development through there.
So you said they did go to the site, or they
They did not go out and review the road again because of the most recent study and the limited changes that have occurred. And that's a very typical practice. If we get, and it doesn't matter if it's a 122 commercial area or if it's a, I don't know, a novelty road residential area. If we've got a very recent study, and that would meet our definition 2 years ago, then we don't see significant changes. So our volumes, admittedly, it was in pandemic, but we didn't use the lower pandemic volume to justify a change. If I'm making any sense to you.
Yeah, and what I would suggest is the reason that this is not setting well with me is, we're getting increased development down through there that's not presently there but coming. And we've also got TA monies. We're going to be looking, we're doing a quarter study. We're looking to put automated crosswalks, pedestrian crosswalks in there at some point in time. So I'm trying to, it sounds like to me that was not under consideration. It was just what is going on today. So how does that fold in?
Well, I can't answer whether it was in part of their discussions. We can find out.
Okay.
But I can tell you that Mr. Randolph, our traffic engineer that oversees the majority of this, has been in our conversations with Mr. Sandy and what have you about the pedestrian not accommodations, but the crosswalk, the trails and what have you. He's been on those discussions. He's very familiar with the need for those amenities out there. I will tell you as an example, not apples and apples necessarily, but just to give you facts, we recently completed pedestrian upgrades, and still in the process on some of them, but some of them have been completed on 221 in Bedford County. There's 28,000 vehicles a day at this particular intersection. Added pedestrian crosswalks, pedestrian signals, and what have you, intertwined those into the signals, and we didn't lower the speed, still 45.
Okay.
Just as a comparison. So now that's not, we don't say, well, it's there, so we're not going to do it here, but that's just a
Well,
comparison
it's
piece.
obviously, I just want to make sure that I'm advocating for proper safety
We will.
with the changes that are coming.
We will, and you didn't see it on the report because we haven't talked about it.
Okay.
We'll
Thank
talk
you.
with our traffic engineers, make sure we convey your concerns, get a response. You'll see it on the report next month, and I can hopefully give you a little more detail.
No, and I
on the
respect their
thought.
disposition, Todd. Please don't misunderstand me. Again, I just want to make sure we're looking a little forward with any decision. And maybe I need to come back, to the drawing board on this at that time when things are, shifting and changing in real
and I don't,
time.
if and when we get crosswalks, regardless of which intersection they're at, speed is a discussion. We don't always lower the speed limit when we put in a pedestrian accommodation because it would be signal controlled.
That's good to know.
So,
Thank you.
Anyone else have anything for Mr. Daniels? Go ahead.
Well, Mr. Todd, how you doing today, sir?
doing well.
Good. I'd working with Brian. We was talking about the safety strips in Route 40, like little rumble sticks strips. And he's been awful good to me working with him, but I just don't want to fall off the radar that we really need to get that safety strip in 40 from Rocky Mount to Pennsylvania County.
Yeah, and that's what I was talking about, where some of you had asked about those centerline rumble strips. That's exactly what you're talking about, and because we had that fatal near Novelty, and that was where someone crossed the center line, which is exactly what those rumble strips are intended to mitigate. Whether they would or not, who knows? We've brought that up to our traffic engineers, and they're not doing anything wrong at all. But the way they're put in is typically using highway safety improvement funds, and each district makes some decisions on how do we utilize those funds. I mentioned this last month. To this point, we haven't done a lot in Salem District. We've done other things with HSIP money, signs and different other mitigating measures. Lynchburg did choose to do quite a bit of it. So it's unfortunate that we've got literally a line and you see one thing on one side and one on the other, but it is because we're different districts. So it won't drop off the radar. We'll continue to talk about it. When they look at these fatals, rumble strips can be a mitigating factor. That was not part of this report, this final report, that we will or need to install the rumble strips. One day it could come. We'll continue to discuss it.
Well, I know they really help on the interstate, because I've drove trailer. You definitely know when you get on the side of the road.
When you run off the road, you do. Everybody knows it, right?
Anyway, I appreciate y'all's help. Whatever you do further, I'd appreciate that too. Thank you.
Anyone else? Don't see anyone. Thank you, Todd.
Thank you.
Okay, at this time, for the sake of time crunch, we're going to move Mr. Carter's report to later on this evening, and we're going to go straight to Sheriff Overton and your report on the SROs.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, good to be with you all this afternoon. I too like to extend my congratulations to Mike. It's been wonderful working with you, Mike. You have been a good partner over these years, and thank you so much. Thank you. It is a pleasure to be here with you today to give you a little bit of an update where we are with the school resource program. I want to thank Dr. Sears is here with us, and Chairman Jeff Worley with the school board. They've been great to work with, as you all have, through this endeavor of working through school safety. I think many of you may have read, as I did, with great interest just at the amount of dollars that have been spent. I think it was Channel 10 may have done a study as to each locality and how they are spending funds that have been allocated for school safety, and it's pretty astronomical, the numbers that have been spent. But as we've noted before, it's certainly, as far as our children are concerned and staff and teachers, it's a money that is well spent under the circumstances of where we find ourselves as a nation now in safety. Just to give you a quick overview, this really just lets us know the schools that we do have in our jurisdiction. 12 elementary schools, high school, Benjamin Franklin Middle School, and the Catsey and Giroux Center. Each of you represent one of those elementary schools for sure. Wanted you just to meet our school resource officers. Many of you may already know them, some new faces. Sandra Ingram, been with the Sheriff's Office 27 years, currently assigned to the high school. Travis Whitaker is a 29-year veteran, full-time, works at the Snow Creek Elementary. Suzanne Moses, been with us 12 years, full-time. She is at the Dudley Elementary. Suzanne has been assigned for the last several years at the middle school and just transferred to the elementary school level this year. And I will comment, she does a great job for us, but she had a very stressful year last year at the middle school. It was very stressful, but we're continue to thank her for her service and efforts, and know she'll do a great job at the elementary level. Chris Johnson, he's at Glade Hill. Chris has been with us 26 years. He's full-time. Callie Dungan. Callie is at Sontag Elementary. She has 5 years experience. Joe Woodridge is at Callaway. Joe has 16 years of service and full-time. New to our team is Carolina Ortega. Carolina comes to us from Roanoke City. She lives now down in the Burnt Chimney, her and her husband and small child. Carolina has 9 years of service and she's full-time. Keith Grantham, 17 years experience, and Keith is working the Boones Mill Elementary. Christy Witt has 4 years of service full-time, and Christy is working Windy Gap Elementary. Edwin Alejandro, he is pulling double duty. He's working at Rocky Mount Elementary half a day, and then he moves to Liam Way the other half of the day. Edwin has 10 years of service. He is one of the unique ones that found Edwin, many of you may know, is he's an expert in karate, judo, and He and his wife have a studio here in town that is really thriving. It's providing a wonderful outlet for children that are involved in that type activity. And the business was growing so much that Edwin had come to me and indicated that he probably was going to have to devote more time to his business. But since the part-time did come available, it was a good move for him to move into that part-time service. And we're thankful with his years' experience and what he brings to our organization that he was willing to stay on part-time. And then the other person is Tim Taylor. Tim has 36 years' experience. Many of you know Tim, longtime resident, and worked many different positions in our office and has worked for the town of Rocky Mount at one time. But Tim, too, decided to retire and take one of the part-time positions. So that's the staff that we have currently and currently coverage. We currently have 12 positions. One that is, if you notice, under the full grant funding is a new hire. Lorena Huffman will be coming on board this Friday, and Lorena will be assigned to the Rocky Mount Middle School. We're very thankful to have Lorena. I just want to give a sidebar note to her. Lorena started her career in Norfolk PD and worked there for several years. She and her husband moved to Houston, Texas, and Lorena went to work for the Houston Forensic Science, a division of their police department, and really thrived in crime scene, working with major crime scenes. During her tenure when she was there, she was approached to be part of a team that was developing a specific piece of software called the Pharos system, which is brought in to utilize during crime scenes. We became familiar with this system a couple years back because Henry County purchased the Pharos system due to just knew it was going to be an important piece of their investigative unit. We were very fortunate during COVID and some of the funds that was made available to us that we also purchased the Pharos system. But what was also an amazing thing for us is Lorena moved back here with her husband. Their stepchildren, her husband's children, were living here down at the lake. And so they moved back to Franklin County. She reached out to us, and Lorena has been very active as an auxiliary member on several major homicides that we had. And she worked through our investigators with the Pharos system, teaching them as they went along, which was a very integral part and piece of such type investigations as those crime scenes can be. But she came to us recently. She's been with the Department of Health, and after thinking about it more, decided that the SRO program would be a good move for her. She currently is working with the swim team at the middle school as well, so she already had contact with those students. So we're excited about bringing Lorena on board with us as well. From this one slide, I will note that these are 12 positions. We still have 5 that we've not filled. Is just to give you background again, there was one position that the school system has provided funding for years. Then there were 2 other positions that we applied for a grant that you all approved, previous boards approved, and that particular grant grant funding ran out on it, and we asked for a waiver. It was $144,000, and they extended a 5th-year waiver to that. So that gave us 3 positions. Then you all approved 6 full-time positions that we worked last year to get filled, and ended up with a good year until we had the horrible events at the end of the school year, and then we put members in all of the school system to finish the 5 weeks that we finished. But so that brought us up to a total of 9 school resource officers. And with this new grant that we have been discussing of lately, we were talking about 8 additional. And as you well know, that discussion certainly evolved and moved around funding and the cost of that. And the board asked me to please proceed with doing part-time, which we've been diligently trying to do. We have advertised and really worked hard. to do that. I'd like to give you just a little bit of our neighboring jurisdictions, not trying to compare us to them, but all of us are dealing with the very same things and trying to deal with pulling the same resources. Bedford County has 21 school resource positions. 16 of them are full-time grant-funded positions. 5 are county-funded. Now, I don't know if the school division pays some of that or not. In our regard, we have 3 now that the school division is paying for us. They currently, out of the 21 school resource office positions, they currently have 7 vacancies that they're trying to fill. Henry County Sheriff's Office has 14 school resource officers. 4 part-time are paid by the school board at $35 an hour with no benefits, and 10 of those are full-time paid by the county. And right now, they're currently fully staffed with the full 14 school resource officers. Roanoke County Sheriff's Office has 9 school resource officers, 3 full-time positions, 6 part-time positions. They currently have 1 vacancy in the part-time, and all of that funding is provided by the school board or the county. Their pay rate is $35, $37, depending upon the years of service, and they do provide insurance. That's been another dilemma that we've run into as Henry County has. We've had some calls of interest, but quickly are told, no, just because there's no benefits attached with it, they're not interested. Roanoke County Police Department, in conjunction with the Roanoke County Sheriff's Office, has 25 full-time school resource officers, 9 county, and 16 grant-funded. They have no part-time, and at this particular time, they have 11 vacancies out of those 25. Botetourt County Sheriff's Office has 11 school resource officers. All are full-time with benefits, and all are county-funded, except they only have 1 grant-funded. I can only assume by looking at that is they were very proactive several years back and were adding school resource officers before the grant started. The grant funding started a couple years back. They currently have 2 vacancies. We didn't hear back from Pittsylvania County, nor Montgomery County or Floyd County because we'd reached out to get some numbers from them as well. Current hiring status, we have limited applications specifically for the school resource office right now. We're still battling with the restrictions, knowing what they are. A big part of where, again, just inquiries, and when they find out there's no insurance with it, the interest just dies. And we are lower on the scale is pay. Even though it's $5 or $7, it is a little bit lesser on the hiring hourly rate. So where does that put us? Well, it puts us right now where this school year we have all schools covered. We are juggling back and forth Rocky Mount and Liam Wade. Edwin Hollander, who I introduced to you, he is at one school half of the day and then back to the other. And then the other school division would be, our elementary schools would be Ferrum and Henry. They share a resource officer. So if we were to hire 2, that would take care of having all of the elementary schools covered. The additional positions would be Miss Lorena Huffin, as I mentioned, would be going to the middle school. The 8 that we had requested from you would give us another one at the high school, another one at the middle school, and then we would be able to cover the Giroux Center. That would give us a total of 17 total positions. I can't say enough for, I had was invited by Dr. Sears to speak to the administration the day or 2 before school, well, it was a week before school started, and then went to convocation and heard over and over again from teachers and staff and administrators how much the last year really meant to them from the safety aspect and just having the presence of the officers there. They were very busy. It's a lot of activity, a lot of things going on. Met with the SROs just before school started. They were eager to get back, did not have anyone that wanted to transfer out of that program. So that was a good sign. They were eager to get back to school. They made great contacts. They believe that these positions are very merited from what they dealt with and what they had to, what they were asked to task and handle. Today, there was a situation at the high school. Thankfully, it was readily handled, but an arrest was made today, which just talking with Principal Crutchfield, he continued to give praises of how the officers handled the situation, and again, how quickly things can get out of hand and how violently they can turn very quickly. I do believe since that time, this individual, and this is what we're dealing with, you would think if an individual is arrested, taken before a magistrate and given a bond, they would be on their best behavior. That wasn't the case. The person then went to the school board office, and officers had to respond to the school board office. So there again, you're dealing with people that for whatever frustrations this person was feeling or whatever they had intent was not of a good nature today. And thankfully, nobody was injured through the event. But it required a lot of tensions were high for a period of time. So I come to you today with this report, ready to answer any questions you may have. But if I had to make a plea to you, it would be that you allow us to continue to pursue full-time positions, not part-time positions. Allow us to continue with the specific grant as it was written for full-time. I do believe, if anything else, we will have better success with full-time employees. One of the things we've already run into with part-time is the hours, a limited number of hours they can work. And one of the things we've already scheduled for the SROs is firearms training in 2 weeks. And both of the part-time people that participate in that training will have to put somebody else in the school system to make up those hours because they can only work a limited number of hours in the school year. And we're going to repeatedly see those things, whether they've got to be in court or whatever they may have to be. So we believe that we would be better served having full-time, as the majority of other localities have deemed the same response. And I do believe, if nothing else, we will have better success of possible, and I do know that I've got a couple members of my organization now that would transfer, given the opportunity to go full-time into SRO, would fill some of these 5 vacancies, and I'll have better chances of hiring somebody to backfill their positions versus trying to find somebody who specifically fits what you're looking for in a school resource officer, in particular through a part-time. And I'll answer any questions you may have.
All right. Anyone have any questions for the sheriff?
Mr. Chairman.
Question.
Go ahead, Tom.
Appreciate everything y'all do. You do a fantastic job. The question I have in my mind is that insurance. You said people don't want the job unless they get insurance. I'm talking about part-timers. Is that a big stickler, insurance?
What I can tell you was told from my people is they had a couple inquirers that called and said, what are y'all paying? I'm sure they were doing this for every agency. And what kind of benefits are you providing as far as supplemental insurance and that type thing? And when they found out, and Mr. Carter, help correct me if I've got this wrong, this is what I'm being told. After 5 years, there's a buy-in that you can start receiving some benefit, but initially there are no benefits, healthcare benefits made available. And that kind of ended their inquiry any further. I'm assuming they're already retired and they're just looking for benefits as an add-on to their retirement.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Sheriff. I appreciate you coming with this report. So just to recap, we basically need 3 more officers to make sure that there's an officer in every school.
I'm in need of 5 right now.
5, so you need one at Catsey, you need one at Ferrum or Henry, and you need one at Rocky Mount or Lee Wade. So there's 3. Where's the other 2?
1 more at the middle school and 1 at the high school.
There's 5 more needed, and the grant covers those 5, correct?
We did apply for 8 positions, and that would be 5 would be in those 8. Yes.
So, in the grant from understanding, I know what the board's direction was when we were talking about this earlier, but the grant does cover full time, correct?
Correct, and I will say this, and we did not do this purposely, and I have Sergeant Houston here with me today. When you all asked us to proceed with the part-time, there was no immediate need for us to amend that grant because we didn't know what we were going to get or not get. So right now, the grant still shows us as having 8, from the state offering us 8 full-time. Now, we need to go ahead and amend that grant, and if we assume 8 part-time, or if we stay with the 8 full, we will not be able to amend that any further until next year when the grants become available. So we will be locked in the remainder of the year, whatever we choose to do. So we are right now still on tap if we wanted to do 8 full-time.
Right. So you know how I feel about it, so I would encourage you to do that if the board will, go with that. But at the same time, if you look back at the end of the school year last year, we also sent a deputy to the Christian Heritage Academy.
We did. Thank you for bringing that up. And I think that was a couple wishes of board members that we include Christian Heritage, which I did. It was a chore for us to do it, but we did it, and the response was overwhelming from those parents who thanked us for doing that. As I told you then, when I talked with Headmaster Smallwood, I told him that this was just temporary, and then he did call, and we had discussion moving into this school year, and I told him that moving into the school year, that was not our plan because there was no funding for it, and I'm assuming he's still talking with his board of directors. I'm not sure if maybe some of them have reached out to you all or not, but currently right now there's no deputy assigned to Christian Heritage.
Okay, so I'm not the person that kind of likes to do things kind of halfway. So if we're going to do this, we need to do it right, do it right the first time. So I'll let my other board members speak, but whatever staff, I was hoping Brian would go first because I'm interested to hear kind of what we're projecting for leftover funds for this year. And I understand that the $100,000 I made a motion to give to the sheriff's office to pay for overtime was given back, right? So, I'm willing to make a motion today for whatever amount of money to move forward. The grant covers full-time positions, so if you're coming and you're telling us that is the factor that is preventing you from filling these other positions, this board needs to step up and let's get it done. Let's get it done today, because I'm not happy that Ferrum and Henry are sharing a deputy again like they did last year, as well as Rocky Mount. And now there are still SROs at the high school and middle school, correct? It's just not the extra positions we wanted.
Correct.
And then Catsy doesn't have one at all yet.
Correct.
So,
and the reasoning behind the schools as we chose them were, certainly we looked at the outlying schools that would take a lot of response to get there. Rocky Mount, we were hoping and knew that there was enough law enforcement. It's not the response we want by having somebody in the school, but it was a quicker response. And then by the Ferrum and Henry, we knew we had Ferrum College there to respond to Ferrum Elementary. That's why we chose those 2 schools with the ones that we had to share a deputy with.
And you're telling us that you have 2 deputies now that would be willing to go full-time if the board would give you the support
last
today?
Information I had, there was 2, maybe 3 that would make a lateral transfer. Understanding, my staff asked me to be very prudent because that makes us low on the other side. But I feel this is so important, and we are hearing from parents from Rocky Mount, Liam Wade, Ferrum, and Henry why we do not have. So we are hearing that, but I would be willing to make that move to try to get those officers that want to move over into a full-time slot and then continue to do our hiring to backfill for the road positions.
What suggestions do you have for Christian Heritage, Sheriff?
That is really going to be up to you all, because that's just all about funding.
All right, I'll let the rest of my board speak before I do anything.
Anyone else have any questions? Go ahead, Mike.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sheriff, thank you for coming today. Is the town stepping up to the plate to help at all with any of this?
Yes. Currently, the town has 1 at the middle school and 1 at the high school.
And you think they'll continue to do that?
My understanding, yes.
That was all I had. Thank you.
Anyone else? Go ahead.
Sheriff, I had several citizens reach out to me over the past week since school started, stating that they hadn't seen any Franklin County sheriff's deputies at the middle school. I told them I didn't have an answer to that, but I knew you were coming up.
Yes,
today.
and I told the school administration when we started, this, Ms. Lorena Huffman, again, just a transition piece. It took us about 2 weeks. So she'll be on board Friday, so another week we should have her there. But town does have one, and of course they're aware that to be in and out of there as well as our officers as well. But that would give us 2 over to middle school, probably in about a 2-week period.
And so for now, we have one town officer covering all 3 buildings of the middle school.
Correct, yes. As well, I may add, as well as you had only 1 deputy covering 3 schools at the end of last year. That's where Ms. Moses just had a lot of work on her. Point being is.
That was being, Ms. Moses, in your presentation, she had all 3 buildings on her workload
Yes.
last year.
Right.
I believe that's too much for anybody.
It
I can see why it's
is.
stressful on her.
Right.
And I would, it's not my call. I would push. Of course, in a perfect situation, we would have one in every school, just like we've been talking about.
Right.
I mean, those middle school kids are rough.
Yeah.
That's I would rather see more there and splitting up the elementary. I would think, but thank you for what y'all are doing,
Yeah.
Sheriff.
Thank you, Nick. Thank you.
Sheriff, I will say, I met with Headmaster Smallwood a couple of weeks ago, and he informed me that he's looking at different options, whether private security or what options they have available. And I informed him that he needed to contact you and as well as the chief of police to see what was in your plans. And I told him that at this time I didn't know where it all fit, but he is looking at different options. So he may come back and inquire for assistance in some way.
Thank you, and we would be willing, certainly, if I know funding is tight for everyone, if they're looking to hire off-duty for those times, we certainly would put it out. Certainly, couldn't make some of them work at that overtime, but we would make that available if that's one of the options they're looking at doing.
Okay, go ahead.
I support, thank you, Sheriff, for that. I support the county moving forward with this project. I support the full-time instead of part-time to give them the benefits. And I support at the private school, but I think they need to pay for it because it is private school. And, they go there for whatever reason. But I think they do need to pay for that. But, yeah, that's all I got to say.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson.
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead.
I would just, I don't have a problem, with doing what we need to do to recruit and properly provide benefits to get the positions filled. The board's been, I think, very unanimous about that. I would just ask the board, I think we ought to look at what the number variances are going to be from the number of models that we ran on part-time versus now what the impact's going to be full-time, and make sure we understand that what that number is, because as you all know, in 4 years or so, that grant's going to run out, and we're trying to project and plan for with Mr. Carter and Mr. Whitlow how we're going to trend and fund those dollars once that grant runs out. So I think if we change anything about the model that we've adopted thus far, we need to make sure we're looking at the numbers as well.
County's got plenty of money.
Go ahead.
Is that everybody?
I just had one more comment.
just get it
Sheriff,
done.
I support, got a frog in my throat. I support this program as well. I do know you have a couple officers right now that are part-time, and I think they would probably rather stay part-time. I do believe, being one's retired and the other one has his own business. Are you planning on leaving them, giving them the option to stay in part-time?
Yes, and we could do that, and the amendment of the grant indicate that out of the 8, we would like to continue with the 2 part-time and then 6 full-time. Yes, we can do that.
All right. I would support that, but agreeing with Supervisor Smith, the end of the day, we've got to figure out how we're going to pay for it, and that's the big question. I do support covering the private schools, Christian Heritage Academy. I know they're a private school, but those people are taxpayers in Franklin County just like everyone else. Full disclosure, my children went there as well. I paid taxes that supported public school. I still had to pay extra to go to private school, but that was my choice. But I was still a taxpayer. I'd like to see, I'm not saying that we can work them in with the current model, but just reach out to them and see what, if it's like what we used to do years ago, have officers around town that have the opportunity to stop in, say hi, speak, walk through, maybe eat lunch with the kids or something, just have a visibility until we can figure out something more permanent. That would be greatly appreciated, I'm sure. But,
Mr. Chairman, I might suggest, we might look at maybe a matching scenario where the cost of the position would be a shared expense between Christian Heritage and the Board of Supervisors. That could be potentially an option. But I, like you, support having Christian Heritage covered as well. And I think there's probably a way to do that, especially if you're now going to get permission to go with, filling 5 full-time vacancies. But I don't object to creating some type of funding model that contributes, but we might not carry the full load perhaps.
anyone else have any questions or comments for the sheriff?
I have more, Mr. Chairman, if everybody else is done.
Go ahead.
Sounds pretty good about moving forward with converting everybody to full-time to make sure we can get the positions filled. It's frustrating for me when we sit up here and, yes, we got to figure out how to pay for it. And I've said it every year I've been on this board, if you've got to raise taxes to pay for it, raise them. We shouldn't even consider talking about numbers when it comes to our children. I'm not happy that Ferrum and Henry are sharing a deputy. I know the struggles you're having. I mean, something can happen today, tomorrow. It falls right here. I've told y'all this every time we've had this discussion. You can't look at the sheriff he's trying to hire. We gave him direction for part-time. Hopefully we can give him permission to go forward with full-time today. But when it comes, I mean, numbers aren't important when it comes to our children. I don't care what it costs. You know how important Ferrum is to me and you. So I'm not happy that, I didn't know this. I'm glad I got this update today because I didn't know that Ferrum and Henry was sharing. I didn't know Rocky Mountain Leeway was sharing. I'd advise you to talk to Philip, see if you can get some help in the meantime. I think they have, 3 or 4 patrolmen on duty every day. While they're doing reports, waiting for calls, just sit in the school parking lot, just the presence itself. And I commend this board because the more officers we have on the streets in this county says a lot about this county. It says a lot about this board and, the courage that it's taken for this board to move forward and spend the money and commit to doing this. But we've got to do it, and we've got to do it right the first time. And I will make a motion for whatever we deem is necessary today, money-wise. We've got $50 million sitting in the bank in this county. I know it's in all these other different accounts, but it's what we have. I'll spend every penny of it today if I had to protect our children. It doesn't matter to me. But we need to move forward. We need to do it right. We need to do it right the first time. So if we need to move to full-time, let's do it. If we need to get with Christian Heritage on what they're able to do, I'll make a motion today to spend the money to hire a 6th officer to put there, a 7th officer to put anywhere. I don't care. The times that we're facing today are awful, and everybody knows this. Just turn on the news. We don't even watch it in my house anymore. I'm tired of hearing about it. But we and you, we have to protect our babies, and we need to do it. I'm not here to tell you what to do, but I hope you have some officers patrolling the schools that are still sharing deputies until we can get these positions filled, because when it happens, we can't look back and say, we should have done that. It's too late. It's too late. So I'll make a motion. I'll make a motion to give the $100,000 back to you today. I don't care. Whatever it takes, let's get it done. So what are we going to do? Let's get it done.
And
I don't want to wait to talk about numbers at next month's meeting. We need to protect our babies. We need to protect them now. Now. Right now.
Sheriff, you had,
Well, I was just going to comment, we are doing our patrols that are patrolling the districts they're in. They continue to go by and make the stops, yes. We haven't stopped that.
anyone else have anything? Thank you, Sheriff.
He needs guidance. We have to give guidance on moving to full-time, because last time we talked about part-time and full-time, right, Chris Whitlow?
Floor is open to you.
So, yeah, I was going to say, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, not sure where the board may be in the discussion, but as I understand from the previous grant application for the 8 part-time SROs, that grant application was modified for eight part-time positions. So
We left it
it has not
open.
been submitted for modification. So as it stands now,
It is set, right now it's set for 8 full-time.
That's exactly how I remember it. Yep.
And we were really needing the final decision on whether we're doing part-time or full-time, because once I do submit that budget modification, then until next grant year, the money that we lose is gone. So that's where we were looking for guidance on that.
Mr. Chairman, while we talking about, is it okay if I speak?
Go right ahead.
While we talking about schools, I still think all schools should be covered. And these people at Christian Heritage, they pay taxes just like we do, but their kids in it. So I think it should be an officer put there too. Because everybody pays, if you're gonna talk about schools, we're gonna protect all schools.
If we go that way, Mr. Chairman, we've got Sunshine School that we need to think about as well. That's the German Baptist School.
Right.
I don't know whether they'll want one or not, but
The offer needs to be made.
it's gotta be made if we're gonna go that. I don't know, Sheriff, have you had contact with Sunshine School? Nobody's called you?
All right, it's awful quiet. What's your pleasure?
I mean, I'll make a motion when we're ready, Chairman. It doesn't matter to me. I just need to know if you need to make a motion to approve to go full-time plus additional monies for whatever else is needed to do this right and do it right the first time. I'll make a motion to take it out of the same account that we took the $100,000 out of and put back in. All right, so where's that money at, Mr. Carter? Please.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, if
Come on up,
Mr.
Mike.
Carter, because there are grant parameters on this before the board takes any action.
Yeah, so with the full-time grant as it stands, what we're gonna need to go to all full-time based on the original analysis and the grant parameters is probably another $150,000. If the board wants to fund that, I would not use one-time savings. That'll deplete, you have to restore it, puts in a bad position. Ultimately, what's gonna happen is we're gonna bleed down our personnel reserve, and I'm gonna hope that revenues come in and I come back to the board for a supplemental appropriation to restore it. However, at the start of the fiscal year, I don't have the numbers to tell you how the fiscal year budget will look. But that's a recurring funding source, Mr. Mitchell. So we just talked about that a little earlier. So if we want to use our personnel reserve, what that may mean is we may have to come back and tell departments they're going to have to hold vacancies a little bit longer if we get into a real crunch. Does it look like the numbers with 1 month of the fiscal year indicate we will be? No. But I can't tell you that for certainty right now if we go with 8 full-time. But $150,000 with what was approved for the 8 part-time, we would need about another $150,000 to get to a full-time status for our local match. And obviously, the grant will cover the rest. There's about a 40% local match on that.
We already got $100,000 where he turned back in.
That was one-time money.
Money.
Well, that was one time.
That was one time.
You're
I would
talking
much
about
rather
using
prefer we
recurring.
do the recurring from the personnel reserve and look to restore it with.
How much is in the personnel reserve, Brian?
The personnel reserve, when I say reserve, now that's not money set aside. That's to pay for the 5% raises for all staff. And some vacancy savings out of that are what occurs. So I want to be clear. There's about 1.8 million in there. If we add another 150,000 between all of the other things, fire EMS coverage, the original part-time SROs, we're pulling about 500,000 out of that. That's almost 30% of that person. So I would need 30% vacancy rate. I'm not going to get 30% vacancy rate for the county for the year. So we're going to have to find some additional revenue somewhere. I just don't have it for you now. Probably a 6-month look. So if you want to make that funding decision, just do it knowing I'll probably have to pull some more money in at some point during the fiscal year and just come back to you.
So you're saying the motion needs to be for 150,000?
I would
Personnel
say up
reserve
to 150,000 to go to full-time, accepting the grant for the full-time that the sheriff's office presented, if that's going to be the motion, yes, sir.
And we need to have somebody talking to Christian Heritage tomorrow morning. I don't know who that is, if that's the sheriff, if that's you, Mr. Tatum, Mr. Whitlow, but this is important. We need to do it right. So I'll make a motion to take $150,000 out of the personnel reserve to move to full-time status on all the grant positions.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second? Okay, hearing none. Do we have any further discussion before we take a final vote?
Mr. Chairman, isn't there a Smith Mountain Lake Christian Academy as well? Is that in Franklin County?
Bedford County.
So we're gonna do that one?
It's in
It's in Bedford County.
Okay. I thought we had one down there around Westlake somewhere.
That what used to be at Hellsford Baptist Church, and then it moved down to its own school. I think it's in Bedford County, down at Bonita, down past the old ShopRite.
That's right.
I think it's, is that Lake Watch Baptist Church, or not Baptist? East Lake Community Church.
And do we
That's what
have
it
Franklin
is.
County children going there?
I'm sure we do.
Sure we do.
Probably
But
got every.
we have to figure out where we're gonna draw this line, because every child has the opportunity to go to Franklin County Public Schools, but every child does not have the opportunity to go to these private schools, and we just keep dragging. If we're gonna do it for this one, we have to do it for all of them.
We can't fund a school that's outside of Franklin County. We can't cover outside of our borders.
Well, then I guess it would kind of fall back on how we provide funding like to Cool Branch to cover stuff in our county for EMS. I'm just saying, if we have taxpayers that have children going there, we owe it to them as well. I guess what I'm getting at is this list could go on.
Oh, yeah, it can keep
We have to
going.
find somewhere to draw this line. 'Cause it's never ending.
It can get out of hand quickly.
It can, and my point is, every child can go to Franklin County Public Schools, but not every child can go to every private school. I'm not against it, I'm for it myself, but we have to have a dedicated revenue stream. Pulling it from one-time monies is not an option for this. Let's come up with I don't care when we come up with it, come up with something that's recurring, and I'm all for it.
This is recurring.
Sir?
This is recurring. This 150,000 that he made the motion is recurring money.
But I thought he said he was gonna have to come back to supplement it.
He will if he don't have 30% vacancies in employment sometime during the year. Right now, he can't give us that number because we're just starting a new year.
Is this something we need to have a closed meeting on?
Can't have it in closed
And it's-
meeting.
I mean, we're talking about taxpayers' money. I don't see where we have to go to closed meeting. I don't think it don't meet the criteria, does it?
No, it doesn't.
Yeah.
Doesn't meet the criteria.
And we have a motion on the floor that we're gonna have to take a vote on.
I mean, I agree 100% with what's being said here, with supporting the kids, and if we're gonna support and that's why I said what I did, if we're gonna Christian Heritage, then we need to talk about Sunshine School. But, I'm not sure that, I mean, they're going to a private school, it's a reason there. And it's that parent's reason. And I think it's something that, I talked about that last month, that I think that, the schools should be obligated to open up their doors so that these private school and homeschool children can go there for extracurricular, such as sports
Yeah, they're working on that.
and things. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, they're
I didn't-
working on-
I didn't know.
They're working on
Go
that.
ahead,
No,
I didn't mean to interrupt.
no, I interrupted you.
I think that they should be allowed to go to the schools, homeschool and everything for extracurricular. But for these others, if there is a resource officer there, and I think it's a need, but the school's gonna have to pay for it. And I may even support helping because of that, but I don't think I mean, and Mr. Nick Mitchell was correct, it needs to be a line drawn, it can't go outside of this county. I mean, we just can't be done, I don't think. And the money needs to be, I don't know, I guess staff keeps finding this money all the time, so I guess they need to look under another rock and everything to do that, so.
There's 300 innocent children at Christian Heritage.
All right, we have a motion. And Madam Clerk, can you read the motion back, please?
We have a motion to take $150,000 from the personnel reserve to move to full-time status on all grant positions.
Okay, all grant positions,
All grant positions all over the county,
that,
or just a school?
I'm a SRO
that's
grants.
just the SRO grant.
Yes.
Okay.
Do we
Yes.
want-
That's what the grant was approved for. It was for 8 full-time, and then we directed the sheriff to try and hire full-time and part-time, and he's
Yeah.
just not able to.
It's actually gonna be 6 full-time and 2 part-time.
Correct. Because he's got to keep the 2 part-time to have an officer at every school.
Okay, that motion with those positions in mind are not taking into consideration the private schools, correct? I think we probably need to have some other discussion to come up with a funding solution for those.
I didn't include Christian Heritage on this motion
Right.
because it's going to muddy up the water since it's a grant.
All right.
But that doesn't mean that I'm not done making motions for
Okay.
the day.
I just want to be clear, that's not part of this motion, so
All right,
this
thank you.
motion just covers
Correct.
the granted positions that are currently being funded. Okay,
At school SROs, not just,
school SROs,
it's gotta be put in there.
right. Okay.
What schools are we talking about? Is Christian Heritage in this, or is it out?
Christian Heritage is not part of this one, but after we clear this one up, then we're gonna discuss the Christian Heritage to see if we can come up with a possible funding solution for that one.
I'll second it.
Thank you, Nick.
We have a motion and a second to approve. I think we've had ample time for discussion. Madam Clerk, will you take a roll call, please?
Supervisor Tommy Cundiff,
Yes.
Supervisor Lori Smith,
Yes.
Supervisor Ronnie Thompson,
Yes.
Supervisor Ronald Mitchell,
Yes.
Supervisor Nick Mitchell,
Yes.
Supervisor Mike Carter,
Yes.
Chairman Tatum.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay.
Thank y'all.
Sheriff, if you will, can you or your staff touch base with Headmaster Smallwood and also the Sunshine School, see if they're interested, and then have some discussion with those 2 schools, maybe in some type of a possible sharing, salary share, benefit share, something, so we can try to work on a funding solution for those.
I'll start right away on that.
And then as soon as you get it put together, notify Mr. Whitlow, and so that we can get it on our agenda, so that we can sit down and work this out. We wanna make sure we do it, as Supervisor Mitchell said earlier, we wanna do it right. But so, if y'all can work on that and gather that information, bring it to us so that we can do it right. In the meantime, if your staff can make their presence known at those schools, we would greatly appreciate it. Thank you.
And Sheriff, if you don't mind, Mr. Chairman, in the meantime, once if you can get these 2 deputies moved to full-time SROs, they're already full-time officers, so move them. That frees up some of your deputies having to patrol the schools, the ones that didn't have full coverage all the time. Reallocate to Christian Heritage in the meantime until we can get them to the table to discuss the best way to move forward. I would greatly appreciate that.
Most definitely.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I would like to make sure moving forward that we have fairly routine updates from the sheriff's office on the SRO outlay and how it's gonna, how you're gonna roll it out with respect to even, grant submissions, grant deadlines. Keep us apprised of budgetary issues as they relate to where we are, part-time versus full-time, and what kind of, impacts we're seeing there.
Mr. Chapman. Running behind but not forgotten. Paul Chapman, Director of Parks and Recreation. Good to see you.
Yes, good to see you as well. Right. Yeah, Chairman, members of the board, thank you very much for having myself and Ms. Gower here today. We're here to present the annual performance report, and I think this first image might capture the reason for my presence here today. Is that you might remember this photo. This is from the photo finish at the USA Cycling event that happened at Wade Park, right at the very end. And you'd really have to zoom in closely there to see that it was such a photo finish that you can hardly even tell who's the winner. But it's actually the lower racer there just is winning by a hair. And I hope this performance report today is kind of like this for you all, that this is your way of measuring our performance, to see that if we're serving you all in the proper way and we're serving the citizens of Franklin County in the proper way. Before I get any further, I want to introduce Jessica Gower. She's the chair for the Recreation Advisory Commission, and also want to acknowledge a couple of other Recreation Advisory Commission members we have in attendance here today. We have Mr. George Martin. He's representing Snow Creek. And we also have Miss Reba Dillon, and she is right there. She's an at-large member, but she's right there at the line of Gills Creek and Union Hall. So we're really excited to have them, and we appreciate everything that the Recreation Advisory Commission does. So with that, I'll turn this over to Jessica.
Hi, thank you for having us. We just want to take a couple seconds to connect maybe a few more faces with the RAC board, with you guys, and wanted to thank you for your support. And in a second, Paul's going to give you kind of an overlay of just some achievements that he and his staff have achieved over the last little bit of time. And it's similar to a report that we get at our monthly meetings, and we find ourselves being very proud and amazed at what they accomplish for the people of our community. And so as we move forward, we hope that you will continue to support, and we hope that you will continue to see that the value of your support is seen in our community and the things that we are able to do as a Parks and Recreation. So if you have any questions for me, I'd be glad to answer, but if not, I'm going to turn it back over to Paul to give you his updates.
Anyone have any questions?
Just thank you.
Yeah,
I
thank
have
you
no
for your
question,
service.
But I really appreciate what you all do, because it's outstanding what you do for the county, for the kids, some adults. But thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jessica.
Yeah, Jessica Gower served on the Recreation Advisory Commission for many years, and we really appreciate all she's done. This photo here is a good indication of Parks many days. As you'll see a big crowd at the Easter egg hunt. And if you've been to, Movies on the Move, concerts by Canoe, the Ramble Weekend, any kind of athletic event, you'll see big crowds. But I'm a numbers person. I know you all are too. So I wanted to track some numbers and share them with you. So first off, we tracked utilization, park and recreation, or park and facility utilization. So essentially, how many folks are coming to our parks every year? So we just recently installed traffic counters at our parks, at 3 of our most heavily visited parks, and we were just really impressed. I think you all find the same thing, is that last year we had over 159,000 visitors. So you do just a little conservative math with, if there's an average of 3 people per car, we had essentially 500,000 visitors in just those 3 parks in just this past year. So I did some simple math, and that's if every Franklin County resident visited one of these 3 parks 9 times last year. So our parks are definitely being utilized, and I look forward to kind of tracking this year after year in the future.
All right, how about our recreational facilities? So this is the Essig Center, and I know you all have been there and seen how popular that is. In fact, one of our complaints that we get a lot is that the parking lot's always full. That's a good problem to have, so we like that. But this tracks the attendance throughout the year, and you'll see that this is the trend line here, and it's not level. That would mean that the attendance is steady or it's not declining. It's definitely increasing. So we expect even more folks next year. But this past year we had over 40,000 visitors in the Essig Recreation Center. So quite busy. I think that's an average of 111 people per day for 365 days a year. So the place is busy. Well, how about our programs, our activities, our services that people have to attend to, might have to sign up for? Lots of big numbers here too. Community recreation, those are the programs that Marsha Cramble oversees, and they're programs like yoga classes or pickleball, really popular. And she offered 314 activities to over 11,000 participants. Aging services, Marsha Cramble and her staff also oversee that, and she offered 168 activities to 8,053 seniors. Youth athletics, those are all those 14 team sports. 3,493 young athletes attended over 1,200 games last year. Outdoor recreation, in fact, this is a photo from one of our outdoor rec programs. This is concerts by Canoe. That was just at Philpott Lake. A huge hit. We had 350 people just this past Friday down at Philpott Lake. And Matt Ross oversees this program area, and he had 55 activities to nearly 3,000 people. So in total, we had over 25,000 people directly participating in over 1,800 different activities. So this is an average of 5 activities per day that are offered to residents here in Franklin County. So no one should ever say there's nothing to do. In fact, I don't hear that very often, but there's no excuse why people should say there's nothing to do. This bar graph tells, I think, the story of Parks and Recreation and our usage trends very well. This is participation in youth athletics over the last 5 years. And you'll see, like in 21, there's this dip and then this increase. Of course, what happened then, that was COVID. COVID shut down a lot of things. Participation declined. That's when we pivoted and we did Land of Lights and those delivering meals and all those other things. But it's great to see that not only has our participation recovered, but we've actually exceeded. This past year, we had our highest number of participants in youth athletics at 3,493 young athletes participating. In fact, I got a number right before I walked out the door about our fall sports in this current year, and we have a record number of kids. So 750 kids are registered now for fall soccer alone. So the numbers have, the long story short is, not only have our numbers recovered from COVID, but we're past that, which is we love seeing. But do we do this all ourselves? Of course, we have Nikki Custer and Cindy Trailer who oversee our athletics program, but are they impacting these 3,493 kids alone? No, it takes our clubs that we partner with, it takes site supervisors, it takes volunteers, especially, I guess, a group I want to point out the most is our volunteer coaches. And I'm sure, like you, I've had volunteer coaches that have impacted who I was, and I still remember and have, and they do that to kids throughout Franklin County. So very impactful. And I thought this is probably my favorite photo right here. Just very impactful to these, growing future leaders. So if this doesn't warm your heart, I've got one that will warm your pocketbook on the number of the value of these volunteers.
Segue. Good
Yeah.
segue, Mr.
Yeah. Thank you. So, yeah, we had 622 volunteers last year for coaching. This is what group that's oftentimes overlooked, I think, or sometimes take it for granted. They volunteer on average 63 hours, a lot of total hours, but it's over a value of over $1 million if you would take that on the national standard for volunteer hours. So over $1 million. Parks and Recreation could never afford to pay for that. So anyway, it's just such a huge benefit that these coaches offer to the residents. You really can't put a price tag on this, but if you try to, it's quite impressive. So we didn't just stop there. Of course, we've rebounded. We have a great number of volunteers, good attendance at our parks and facilities. We completed, we put a lot of rocks in the water, which was actually a very long project. It was about 8 years in the making. We stabilized the entire shoreline of Cement Lake Community Park, over 5,000 linear feet, and the place looks amazing. We opened up a disc golf course, a beginner one, and our competition level 18-hole course is open out at Wade Park, and that's already spurred on interest about, I know like Ferrum opened up a course over down at Ferrum College, and there's one now planned also near Westlake. Land of Lights is getting ready to crank up again really soon, and last year we had over 45,000 visitors through the park, and we're expecting higher numbers this upcoming year. The USA Cycling National Championship, we're really excited to have hosted that. We hosted 2 days, the most of any locality, and we had the highest level of participants, over 40, highest level athletes from 38 different states who competed, and not only did they leave having a great event, they left with big smiles and talking about how highly they enjoyed Franklin County. So, and also they left with without some money because there's over $1 million in economic impact to our region. So we can't necessarily just stop there. Oh, we're doing a great job and we're all good. It's always kind of good to see what other folks are doing. What are our, I call them competitors. What are other localities? Because we truly are competing with other localities in this quality of life for attracting visitors, residents, and even retaining the ones that are here. So there's this professional publication that comes out every year. It's called Recreation Management, and it has all these metrics, and they do this annual report that I just love to pour through. But I just thought I'd share with a few metrics here that I think tell a really good story. These were the top features that were planned in different localities. It's across the United States. And so I'm not trying to pick out any one over the other, but like from splash play areas to playgrounds to synthetic turf, dog parks, trails, there's all kinds of things being planned. So as we're growing and doing a good job, all these other localities are also making big impacts to their communities as well. If we look even closer also in this publication, they broke down operational spending by region. And we're in the South Atlantic region. So on average, the operating budget for Parks and Recreation Department essentially sits right around $4 million. And so I guess I point this out because how competitive is it in our region? That's the way I look at this, is that we're in the South Atlantic region. We're not in this West region, which is where people are really devoting a lot of money towards recreational amenities. But we're up there in a place in a region where most people are investing a lot in Parks and Recreation in their operational accounts. But how about, let's dive it down a little bit further into state and local dollars. So on average in the state, this is across the entire state of Virginia, for counties, this is per capita. This kind of bounces out because some localities are small, some really large. So it's big. If you measure things per capita, it levels things out. So per capita, the average spending in Virginia is $67.62. So we're right about 46%. So we're a little bit less than half of the average in Virginia. If you compare us then in the region, we're set about 6th place out of 9. Of course, there's big players like Salem who are quite impressive, the amount of money that they spend per capita. But it's a different beast over there. But we sit, right above Pennsylvania, Patrick and Floyd, and right below Henry, Bottot, as far as like per capita spending. So I guess you can look at this too. It's like, I think if you compare our program offerings and our services, I think we are, I always take pride in that we're one of the most efficient and effective and departments around. So hopefully you see these numbers and see our output compared to others and see the same thing. All right, so a few takeaways that I hope you all leave with. To retain and attract residents and businesses, we must provide higher quality life amenities than our competitors. We're competing to maintain the best. So we need to look around to see what other localities are doing because people are mobile, can choose where they live. I'm competitive. I want Franklin County to be the best place, the first of the list when people are looking to they don't even consider moving, and if they want to move somewhere, Franklin County is the top of their list. Franklin has a lot of potential for developing recreational assets. The first one comes to my mind is the Smith Farm. We're just sort of starting over there, but there's places across Franklin County that are just ready for further development. Youth athletics, I mentioned our volunteer coaches. Youth athletics is this community asset that most localities would kill for. Most localities don't even really offer rec programs anymore. It's all travel. So it's really got me this haves versus have-nots. Franklin County, we still have this great recreational program. We see invest in it and continue nurturing it so it continues serving our community. And there are numerous opportunities to develop trails, biking, outdoor recreation that supports tourism. We work very closely with tourism. Kevin Tosh is a great asset, and we love giving him product to help sell Franklin County. As I showed you, parks usage and facility usage is up, attendance at programs is up, and many of our facilities are getting older, and our maintenance staff is stretched thin these days. So it's just as attendance grows and facilities get older, it's just more and more of a draw on our maintenance staff. And I believe this to be true, and hopefully you all do too. I think Parks and Recreation offers one of the highest returns on investment. So every penny invested in Parks and Recreation, I think that it's the most visible and one of the most appreciated by the community. All right. I really do. I really enjoy working with each and every one of you all, and I look forward to the future, this upcoming year ahead, and welcome any questions that you all might have.
Anyone have any questions for Paul?
Just a comment.
Go ahead, Tommy.
First of all, fantastic job. Franklin County wouldn't be what it is without you or your staff support. I mean, it's one of the things that's been brought out in several questionnaires about what do people need. And a lot of the reports come back recreation. They like to have, trails, bike trails, walking trails. It's just several trails. I mean, it's just things they do. But I have a question. It looked like to me somewhere along the way when we was doing the planning on the business park, didn't we have a splash park plan for the kids?
We discussed it, yeah.
It
never was in
That was it.
budget plans or
Okay.
anything like that.
Do you have interest in a splash park?
Yeah, I think that was in some initial plans. We could revisit that at the future. Yeah, I think there's maybe there or some other locations would be a great place. They're really popular, other localities.
I think that's something we need to look into because people like bringing kids and have fun with the water, stuff like that. I think that's something we need to look at too. And I agree with you about the Smith Farm. Smith Farm has a huge potential. Huge potential. We got a big cove down there, campground, whatever. There's a huge potential. But anyway, I just want to thank you, the staff, and everybody associated so much for what y'all do for Franklin County.
Thank you.
Ronnie Mitchell.
Just thank you for everything you do. I mean, I love our parks. My family uses it all the time. So glad we got you. Glad we got everybody. Appreciate the people that serve with you, and thank you guys for all your time because you guys are volunteers as well. So appreciate you.
Absolutely, thank you.
Yeah, Paul, thank you so much for your leadership and your vision for our parks and our recreational programs. And I extend a hearty thank you to the volunteers on the RAC. Your hearts and souls are definitely in this work, and it shows. And I'll remind my colleagues, all that you pull off collectively as a department, you do so with about 1.2% of our budget. And that puts things into great perspective. And your maintenance needs are getting to be significant. And I think, I will be looking at budget time for you to express those needs, because I'm personally worried about what you're trying to do, Paul, with the very limited amount of budget you have. So congratulations on a good year, and congratulations on the race. I think some very good things will come of that, and we're very proud of the work that you all are doing.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Paul, before you leave, I'd just like to say thank you to you and your staff for the job you do. It's remarkable. And I've told you before, and I'll tell you again, you've done something darn near impossible. You continuously make this group look good.
That is impossible.
You make Franklin County look good, and we applaud you for that.
Perfect. Appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, we're going to forego the break that we had scheduled to see if we can get caught up a little bit. Greg Preston, Executive Director, Piedmont Community Services.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Better late than never, brother. Yes, sir. We finally got you up here.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Paul.
If I may, I've got two staff that we brought our mobile unit.
Okay.
That we wanted the Board of Supervisors to have a brief moment to tour. So they're manning the mobile unit right outside the front doors.
All right.
Do you want me to bring them in and you tour afterwards, or what would work?
Whatever you want to do. We can go out there now and they can show it to us, or whatever.
Yes, sir.
you-
If we could take about 5 minutes, we would love to
Okay.
introduce the mobile unit to you.
So I'll move outside to the mobile unit. Okay, if we can get everyone back together, we'll go ahead and get back to our meeting.
Okay.
Mr. Preston,
Yes.
feel free to continue.
Yes, sir. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Mr. Whitlow, Brian, and Michael, thanks for inviting Piedmont here today to give an update about our services. It means a lot to have a great partner like Franklin County. We wanted to say I truly appreciate Chris and also Brian, the monthly meetings that we have, just to sit down and talk about behavioral health services, developmental disability services, substance use disability services here in the county of Franklin County. And just proud to say that Franklin County is committed to serving the citizens that have some of these issues that they're working to become better. So today I have Ms. Sharon Buckman that's joined me. She's our clinical director, and also Ms. Monica Flora, who's an assistant clinical director that oversees our recovery services. And Monica drove the truck, recovery vehicle up here today. So just excited to have both of them join me. So wanted to just go through the slides. I know we're running a little bit behind, and we don't want to cause that to be any further delay. So just to revisit, Piedmont Community Services, we are a joint partner with the local and state government. The CSBs were initiated in 1968, and it's the CSB's job to serve the local communities and operate as a single point of entry for behavioral health, developmental disability prevention services. Piedmont Community Services, we are celebrating 50 years. So we were formed in 1972. We serve Martinsville, Henry County, Patrick, and Franklin County. As of last year, we served 7,400 families and individuals. Just a snapshot of the 40 community services boards that serve the state of Virginia, and Piedmont is one of the 40. We have a board of directors with Piedmont Community Services. We have 2 representatives from Martinsville, 5 from Henry County, 5 from Franklin County, and also 2 from Patrick County. We have several different divisions that we operate. We have our clinical services division, operations, community support, finance, prevention, and also human resources. Wanted to take a moment and give you some background and also an update about our mental health services. So, Ms. Buck.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So I wanted to give you all just a snapshot of what happens in our clinic at 30 Technology Drive. For anyone who wants services, I think you all have heard me talk before about same-day assessment. People can come in any day of the week. Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday, it's 8 to 3. Wednesdays, noon to 3, and Fridays, 8 to noon. We do a diagnostic assessment. We make service recommendations. We get people oriented to the services that they're going to be enrolled in. We give them a follow-up appointment within a maximum of 10 days. We try to get them in sooner. We have 4 full-time staff available to do assessments. We do have, one of those 4 positions is vacant right now. We have a same-day assessment manager, and we also have 2 engagement specialists that help people as they're coming in to understand about their rights, their responsibilities for services. So a total of 6 people employed in that program, and that program also does reassessments as people's needs change. And they may need different services or a different level of care in the same line of service. So we have to update their assessment. And I just pulled some numbers out of our electronic health record for you all this afternoon. Last fiscal year, we did 1,262 comprehensive needs assessments in the Franklin County Clinic. And we also did 513 updates. So that's a lot of folks coming in for services, a lot of people really getting assessed and reassessed to make sure that we're offering the right level of care at the right time. And if someone is experiencing a crisis, then we have crisis intervention available to them when they come into the clinic. Office-based mental health services include outpatient, individual, and group therapy, as well as case management services, both to adults and to children. Case managers assist people with navigating the system of care. Sometimes when you're having mental health concerns, it can be difficult to navigate the system that you need to get primary care, to get other kinds of specialty care, to get benefits if you're eligible for them. And so our case managers really assist people with a wide range of needs, helping them to access transportation if that's a need. We currently have 264 individuals open to case management services, office-based. We also provide individual therapy and group therapy. We have 4 full-time therapist positions in that clinic. We do have 1 vacancy in that program right now. Last fiscal year, 500 people received at least 1 outpatient therapy service at the location at Tech Drive. We also are very proud of our partnership with Franklin County Schools. I actually came to work for Piedmont in 2003 and worked at the middle school, at Benjamin Franklin Middle School, and it was a wonderful experience, both working for Piedmont and that partnership. And we have really increased the services that we are able to provide in the schools. From me being the one person from Piedmont who was working in the schools, we have 5 full-time case managers working with the schools. We have 144 students open to that service. They do have smaller caseloads than our office-based staff because we want them to be able to spend more time with the students. We also have 7 outpatient therapists. These are people who are either licensed as professional counselors or clinical social workers, or they are under supervision working toward their licenses. And we served 298 students with mental health outpatient services last year. We have a continuum of care for substance use disorders. We do have our office-based addictions treatment program, and that's the model that will also be on the mobile unit. That's a treatment team that includes medication-assisted treatment as well as care coordination and counseling. We have outpatient services, intensive outpatient services where people are with us for 3 days a week, 3 hours each session, and then we do have SUD case management services as well. In terms of staffing for that program, our staff in that program could work in any one of those levels of care. We have a supervisor, a therapist, 2 counselors, certified substance abuse counselors, 2 care coordinator, case managers, a psychiatric nurse practitioner, and a nurse working with that program. We have 90 individuals open to office-based addictions treatment right now, 148 open to outpatient, 29 open to intensive outpatient, and 53 open to SUD case management. So again, we try to offer the full continuum of care to be available within the community. And Monica Flora is going to talk with you about our recovery support services.
Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to meet with all of you. I'm Monica Flora, the Assistant Clinical Director of Addiction and Recovery Treatment Services for Piedmont. One of the pleasures of my position is learning to get to know each of our communities. This one I happen to live in, so I know pretty well. And I'm also raising a family here. And it's important for me in my job to look at the numbers of folks that we know are working their way through addiction, working their way into recovery, and that trying to figure out where they are and how do we help them access services. And one of the things that we found over the years is we all know that the numbers are not decreasing. They're increasing. Overdoses are increasing. And one of the things that we're finding is there are just so many barriers in a rural community for folks to come in to see us. We know that when they do come in to see us, we have extremely high rates in the state. We're in one of the top 7 CSBs in the state for keeping people in treatment and successful outcomes. The part that's hard in rural Southwest Virginia is how do we get them to treatment? So one of the things I love to do is create solutions to problems, and they're the problems that I try to listen to in the community. I want to create cost-effective, sustainable programs that are going to help all of our community members. And this one is about to roll out on September 18th. This is the mobile unit. It was 100% grant paid for through the state opioid response. We really stretched every penny that we got to try and look at our rural community, make sure we had a vehicle that could travel on dirt roads and gravel, up some steep hills here in Franklin County, but as well as we're going to try and take this to Lover's Leap in Patrick County. We wanted to be able to have a one-stop shop for individuals. So if you got to see the mobile unit, we want individuals to access their medical care, be able to meet with a case manager, try and find stable housing. We want them to see a therapist, and even beyond their individual therapy, we want them to meet other people in recovery. So we'll have peer recovery specialists, and we want to be able to invite their family to come onto the unit because we know that this isn't just a problem that affects individuals, it affects their families. So September 18th, we'll be rolling out. We'll have this unit 2 days a week in Franklin County. We'll be stretching as far as we can and going to various roads, and we're hoping to work within other networks of food pantries, churches, places that we know some of our individuals are also seeking help so that we can help them to access more than one thing in a day. Speaking of solutions to problems, we noticed over the years overdoses were on the rise, and we would see people come in through the emergency department. We had folks from Piedmont working in the emergency department. We would talk to EMS, and the amount of people that were being seen did not match the amount of people that were coming in through our same-day access. So again, we were able to use state opioid response funding and stretch those pennies so that we could hire peer navigators, which are individuals with lived experience with substance use and mental health. And we created this team for Pace to Recovery where we partnered with Carilion Franklin Memorial Hospital as well as SOVA. And so when someone comes in and they've experienced an overdose, or maybe they're there for an unrelated issue, but a physician realizes there's some underlying substance use, we have a 24/7 warm line. We operate that 365 days a year. What is special is that it's local individuals that are operating the warm line. They're not being shipped off to California or to another country to talk to someone. They're talking to a community member that can follow up at the hospital, take them to Piedmont, and make sure they get to a pharmacy to get medication if prescribed. So we have seen an increase of individuals that we meet with in the hospital that we then transport to get medication and then come to Piedmont for therapy. So that was the problem, was how do we bridge that gap? And this is one of the great departments that we figured out how to do that. We have seen such a connection with individuals with lived experience, meeting with individuals desiring to be in recovery, that is an area of recovery services that we have truly tried to expand across the Piedmont catchment area. Part of how we've done that is recovery residences. So over the years, we have heard of things of halfway houses for individuals that were returning citizens coming home from jail. We heard of Oxford houses and other types of recovery support across the United States. What we decided at Piedmont to follow is the social model of recovery residences. It is there are guidelines that we follow by the Virginia Association of Recovery Residences. They are partnered with the Department of Behavioral Health and Developmental Services. So it's not us making this up. It is evidence-based approaches that individuals have more success living with people that are in recovery. So again, we hired peer recovery specialists who staff our recovery residences and again, help them access the treatment. The recovery residence that I wanted to highlight here in Franklin County, many of you may have seen it or may be aware of it, but we have the Grace House, which is a recovery residence for pregnant and postpartum women. It's the first one of its kind that has been certified through the Virginia Association of Recovery Residents in the state of Virginia. We have actually been chosen nationally to go and present this program. So it's excited to put Rocky Mount on the map so that we will put us on the map as a place where we can have recovery residences that embed and fit right in within a good neighbor policy within our communities without creating disruption and keeping families together. So what is wonderful about this program is that we have mothers that either come to us while they're pregnant or shortly postpartum. Some moms we have accepted directly out of Roanoke Memorial Hospital. Our numbers are pretty steady from 2017. That a third of the babies that are born at Roanoke Memorial Hospital that are substance exposed, they're coming from Franklin County. So we have a lot of moms out there that feel stigma, they feel shame, and they're not getting the help that they need. So our hope was to create this recovery residence where they can get into recovery either before they have their baby or right afterwards, and their child can live with them. And so I talked about cost effectiveness. One of the things that we have done is we have served 10 women in the last 2 years. And of that, we had 7 successful births and 7 babies that have lived with us. Those 7 children that have avoided foster care. And we know that's a pretty big expense. We work very closely with Carillion. They have an OBGYN addiction specialist that we work with, as well as our local Department of Social Services. Our goal is that the ladies that live with us can access the farmers market. They can go to the Franklin Center for extra classes, GED classes if needed, the public library. We have an occupational training program through Piedmont that they're able to learn job readiness and skills. So that our hope is when they leave the Grace House, they will have a job under their belt, they will have their resources met, they've completed therapy, they've completed the requirements for either probation or their children through DSS, and we want them to move on to be typical citizens, that stay in Franklin County. So far it's been pretty successful. And I think that it's been very welcomed by the community, and it's been very special to see some of the churches and local organizations that have reached out, who have donated some of their time at Grace House, but have also invited the ladies that live at Grace House to be a part of their community, which again helps strengthen families because they start to develop natural supports. Thank you.
To Sharon and also Monica, I wanted to thank them for joining me and also providing some great information about our services. Wanted to give an update also about our intellectual disability services. Currently, we're serving about 239 individuals with case management. We have 3 waiver group homes here in Franklin County with the capacity of serving 18 individuals with developmental disabilities. Likewise, we have an intermediate care facility. It's located in Martinsville, but we're strongly considering opening an intermediate care facility here in Franklin County. The difference in a waiver home and an intermediate care facility, your intermediate care facility is more medically based. So you have individuals that may have an intellectual disability that need more medical care. That's the purpose of having the intermediate care facility. Wanted to also just share that Piedmont, we are expanding our housing program. We were fortunate enough to receive an additional 20 permanent supportive housing vouchers. We already had 40 vouchers that we were issuing to individuals that receive services at Piedmont. Regarding prevention services, wanted to give an update and in the absence of our director, who happens to be in a training in Alabama today. She wanted me to, Mr. Regina Clark, who's also a citizen here in Franklin County. She wanted to definitely share some statistics. Last year, with mental health first aid training, Prevention was able to train 71 teachers and staff. Too Good for Drugs, it's a 10-week prevention program. 12 elementary schools received the program. Over 400 fourth graders participated. Benjamin Franklin Middle School, over 400 sixth and seventh graders participated. Other prevention services, this is not about drugs program for ninth graders, Relate program, and also mental health and signs of suicide lessons. Over 2,400 fourth, sixth, seventh, and eighth and ninth graders received some type of prevention programs during 2022 and 23 academic school year. Regarding early intervention, this is one of the areas that I definitely want to sit down with Mr. Whitlow and discuss, especially regarding foster care. We're hoping with some of these programs, if we can reach the families early and begin to work with some of the families, maybe that will have a significant impact in the foster care. Early intervention, we've served 62 children and families. Early intervention provides supports and services to infants and toddlers from birth to up to 3 years who are not developing or expected to develop medically due to medical difficulties that can delay normal development. Also, our Healthy Families program supports expecting and new parents to help them feel at ease with their pregnancy and parenting. Right now, we're serving 7 families in that service. Just some numbers, unduplicated 10-year comparison. So as of 2023, as of today, we've served 7,076 individuals. That's a 20% growth over a 10-year period. So for Franklin County, we've served 2,391 individuals. And you can also see the numbers for Henry, Patrick, and Martinsville. Just wanted to share with you some of the services that, although they may not be located in Martinsville, Franklin County citizens are welcome in these facilities. We were fortunate enough to purchase the old business college in Martinsville, and we created a recovery center, an excellent opportunity for individuals that are interested in recovery. Also have our crisis intervention services on Starling Avenue, which we partner with Franklin County, the Sheriff's Office in Rocky Mount. The recovery residences, as Monica mentioned, these are 3 of those residences that are located in Martinsville. Just wanted to update the board that we have partnered with Genoa Pharmacy. Since 2019, they've served 1,079 patients, 15,069 prescriptions filled, 1 registered pharmacist, and also 3 technicians. In Franklin County, we have the Technology Drive, we have our psychosocial program, Barris, Wanda Jones, Mountain, and also Barris, Wanda Jones, and Mountain Avenue Apartments, Prevention Services on Tanyard Drive, the Grace House, and also we continue to support assertive community treatment. Just a photo of some of the facilities located here in Franklin County. Tech Drive, our partnership with Franklin County, which helps us with our prevention program. Franklin County Horizons, Wanda Jones, Herrick, and Barris House Group Homes. And again, Mountain Avenue, and also our Grace House facility. Some upcoming projects is to open up a 23-hour crisis center. Again, mobile crisis unit, so make sure if y'all see any board members from Franklin County, I can check that one off. They could help me on my performance review. Non-center-based day treatment program for developmental disability services. Again, looking at an intermediate care facility here in Franklin County. Considering renovating the 2nd floor of the recovery center. There's an additional 15,000 square feet in the top of that building, and also expanding our housing program. Again, in celebration of our 50 years, just wanted to say, Mr. Chairman, to the board, to Chris and Brian, Michael, thank you for partnership. We appreciate everything that you guys do to support Piedmont.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Anyone have any questions?
I have one question.
Go ahead.
Mr. Preston, it's
Yes,
a
ma'am.
privilege to have you and your staff with us today. Thank you.
Yes,
And
ma'am.
thank you for the tour.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you all have, or do you know the percentage of patients or clients that you have that are comorbid between MH and ID?
I do not have those numbers. I will find out, though.
I'm just
Yes, ma'am.
interested in that.
Yes, ma'am.
So on the ID side, if you all do an ICFMR, I guess that's what you're looking
Yes,
at,
ma'am.
that model.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that something that you're looking at in the near term, or?
Yes, ma'am. It's been on our radar the last 3 years or so. At one time, we had considered converting one of our waiver homes into the intermediate care facility. Now, the other important difference in the waiver group home and the intermediate care facility, you don't have to have an ID waiver in order to move into the intermediate care facility. So yes,
Yeah.
ma'am, it's on our radar. It's actually on our 6-month goals and objectives to begin to discuss.
So have you all considered doing any day programming on the ID side?
Yes, ma'am. One of the goals on our to-do list is to open up a non-center-based day program, meaning that our goal is to, if you lived at Wanda Jones and your best friend was at Barris, is to offer transportation, offer a staff person so you and your friend maybe go to the movies or do some exciting things in the community, and not have an actual building in order to
So
operate.
you're not looking at center-based?
Yes, ma'am.
Day
We're
programming?
looking at non-center-based day program.
Do you see the need for center-based? Are your numbers there?
Yes, ma'am. And I don't think for any expansion at this time.
Okay,
Yes,
thank
ma'am.
you
Yes,
very
ma'am.
much.
Sure.
Anyone else? Go ahead.
Just comment. Thank you for all that you guys do.
Yes, sir.
So I'm happy to see that a lot of the opioid abatement money, there's a lot of projects in there that involve you guys. So I'm really happy to see that because I think you guys do tremendous work here in our county. I thank you and your staff.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much.
Anyone else?
Thank you. And I'll get that information for you.
Thank you, Greg.
Yes, ma'am.
No hurry.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Okay, at this time, we're gonna skip our scheduled break that we had, and we're gonna go straight to our work session with Mike McCoy, Executive Director, and Scott Kroll, Director of Infrastructure. And we also have Ms. Shirley Holland here, who's our Franklin County Board Member with the Western Virginia Water Authority. And we're gonna have this work session in here instead of going back to B75. We are going to. Mike Burnett, we're gonna catch you later, brother. You got bumped.
The two bumpers are right over there, right? What can you say?
Videotape and send it home to me, okay?
Mr. Preston, Ms. Buckman, Monica, thank you all again for all you do in Franklin County. I know it means a lot to hear the work on the foster care side, specifically with our CSA programs, and we appreciate the partnerships. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, again, I'm Mike McAvoy. Thank you all for having us here today. Scott Kroll is going to be doing probably the bulk of our presentation today. And yeah, you already recognize Ms. Holland. She's looks like doing a little business back there. But we're excited to be here today. We've got some good stories for you today by way of updates on some of the projects we have going on. We do have a app over here that probably was better suited for a smaller room, so bear with us on that.
Keep going. I'm gonna grab a bottle of water real quick.
So just again, our overview today, we have an update on some current projects. We're going to specifically talk about the South Lake Water System project. Hopefully you've been by and seen the activity going on there. And then a few things moving forward to consider. And we've left plenty of time for discussion. So, all right. So Scott's going to talk to you about some planning studies.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the board and staff. It's a pleasure to be here. Just an update. We've got a couple planning studies that are wrapping up right now. The first one is the Westlake area planning study. That's a project where we've engaged a consultant to look at expanding the area that we provide public sewer service in the Westlake Corner area in Franklin County. That project has divided the study area up into 7 drainage areas And our consultant has gone through, analyzed those drainage areas, and done conceptual layouts for possible solutions for expanding the sewer system in that area. We've gotten our draft report from them, and they're working on finalizing it, and we expect that to be ready and finalized by the end of the month of August. Part of that study, and I'll get back to this, but they've also looked at siting the lift station in the Westlake area that we'll talk about in a moment. The other study we're wrapping up is 220 North sewer planning study. That's a project that we're collaborating with the county on, looking at expanding sewer service on the north side of 220 in the vicinity of the Summit View Business Park. Unfortunately, we're a little bit behind schedule on having the report back from our consultant, but they have assured me that it'll be ready by the end of this month as well. So we look forward to sharing that with staff as soon as that's ready. And Mike's going to mention the Phase 4.
Yeah, so I think you all know we've been over time building sewer wastewater capacity for Summit View Business Park, and we've completed 3 phases of a force main that will take the sewage flow. Currently, that's going to our small Wirtz treatment plant. That plant is capacity limited, and we can't permit it much larger than it is today. So we've installed a force main down 220 to the town of Rocky Mount system. That force main is not in service yet because the demand in the park has not needed it yet. We're still able to use our existing plant, but at some point we'll be abandoning that plant and sending all the flow to Rocky Mount. And Phase 4 is the next phase. We've done about 60% of the design there. We're kind of on a holding pattern. That will take the capacity of the park from the current 110,000 gallons a day to 250,000 gallons a day. It essentially runs in the town of Rocky Mount, so we have some coordination to do with the town and a few property owners. But it'll bring it further down into the town's collection system where they have more capacity. So right now we're kind of when we activate the existing force main that's in the ground, we'll be going to one of their lift stations that's on the periphery of their system. It's limited on what it can handle. So eventually we want to move further down into their system and probably eventually get further enough down that we go right to the wastewater plant at the eventual build out. And I think you all recall we entered into an agreement, three-way agreement between the town, the county, and the authority back in, I think, 2014 that allocates about 400,000 gallons a day of capacity in their plant to the county for use at Summit View. So.
Okay, as I mentioned, one of the projects that we were looking at in the Westlake sewer planning study was finding a location for proposed sewer lift station in the Westlake area. We've identified several potential locations. Unfortunately, none of those locations are on property that we currently own or have direct access to. So we're in the process right now of contacting and negotiating with several property owners that have potential sites on their property that would be suitable for this particular sewer lift station. And our goal is to try to site it in a location so that it provides the largest service area that can be served by gravity to feed into that lift station. And we've identified a couple sites preliminarily, and we've been in contact with county staff. They've been very helpful in providing information on some of the zoning and land use requirements that would be associated with creating a new utility lot for this purpose. Soon as we can finish our next phase of conversations with the property owners, hopefully we can identify a site that's going to be viable, and we can then engage our consultant to begin the surveying and design process. Just a little bit more on the 220 North Sewer Study. This study area also includes 7 sub-drainage basins within the area. Essentially, the study area is along 220 North, basically between Boone's Mill and the town of Rocky Mount. So it covers the corridor along 220 in the vicinity of Summit View Business Park. Our consultant has finished the conceptual layouts, and they're working on putting their numbers together to provide the cost information, and they'll be wrapping that up, as I mentioned, later on this month.
Just want to add, we want to take advantage of a couple of the existing assets we have there. I just mentioned the force main that is served by 2 lift stations in the Summit View Park. So that's certainly, with a crossing of 220, could provide some service on the other side of 220. That crossing is not cheap, though. That's going to be a nice little project. And then also we have some capacity up closer to Boone's Mill, up that way, that might be usable as well at the plant there that we're operating right now. So there are a couple different possibilities here. Obviously, this is an important commercial corridor, and providing some ideas for y'all in the future where this report is done. I think you'll be interested in seeing some of the outcomes there. We can talk about a few water distribution projects real quick. The first one is we've been working on multiple phases of the Grassy Hill project for I think since 2020, late 2019. If you recall, this was the initial phase of this was a cooperatively funded project between the county, the authority, and an industrial customer that needed some additional fire flow. Altogether, the authority put in a little extra money to do for a couple of extra side projects and things associated with this. But altogether, we put in about 13,000 linear feet of 12-inch main. You can see 13 fire hydrants along there. We've hooked up a number of customers along there. In addition, an outgrowth of this project was an extension 1,600 feet down Jamestown Road. This project was actually funded by the Virginia Department of Environmental Quality. There were several homeowners with wells along Jamestown Road that had petroleum contamination, and so we were able to work with DEQ. They have a fund for these kind of things, and to transition these homeowners off their wells onto this new system. Both these projects are complete and in service, so we're pretty excited about that.
Okay, in previous work sessions, we've mentioned the Scruggs Road water main extension. I'm very pleased to report that that project is completed and in service, and it's really a success story. The authority had budgeted $8,000 in our capital improvement plan, and we leveraged that along with some in-kind services as well as additional private investment from a developer, property owner, to extend the water main along Scruggs Road from Windmere Trail all the way down to the Bernard's Landing resort facility. And so that project was completed in April. The benefit, or one of the benefits, was that we were able to interconnect our Compass Cove system as well as the Bernard's Landing system, which were both utilizing groundwater wells. So those systems were able to get off the well systems and connect to our main water system that's served by the Smith Mountain Lake treatment facility. That project, we installed 7,600 linear feet of new water main and installed also 7 new fire hydrants. Part of the success story there was the folks at Bernard's Landing in particular. We were already operating Compass Cove as a community well system, so we were on top of that. Water quality was very good. Bernard's Landing, they had some water quality concerns over the years, and by connecting them into our main treatment plant system, they were absolutely thrilled to get on public water. So we got some very nice accolades from several of the folks, and there's a picture here of their ribbon cutting. So that's one of the few actual ceremonies that we've had from customers when we've connected them. And also, I just wanted to take an opportunity to give you all an update and kind of get into a little bit more detail on the South Lake water system. This image here on the screen is an updated concept sketch. We have had to make some minor modifications to the project scope. As you're well aware, we had some significant budget issues that came up during the course of the project. We've also been struggling with contractor availability and material and equipment availability. That has caused us to reevaluate and do some value engineering on the original scope of the project. Where we're at right now is we still are utilizing the two existing off-site wells, about 33 gallons a minute each, and that'll give us a treatment capacity of right at 100,000 gallons per day. As you know, and I'll speak to in just a moment, we're under construction with the new elevated storage tank on the property that we acquired. The total project, as it stands right now, includes a little over 2,000 feet of raw water piping to get the water from the wells to the treatment plant site. Then we'll be building a treatment plant building with some filtration equipment and other equipment and processes to treat the water to drinking water standards. And then we'll be installing about 2,300 feet of 8-inch distribution main. The distribution line right now, we've already got installed the crossing under Route 40, and we've installed a small section of pipe from that crossing to the intersection of Burger Loop and Route 40. And we'll be starting the next phase. Part of it's already under construction, but we also have a contractor that'll be starting later this month on the remainder of the 8-inch water line heading east on 40 along the frontage down to the property that's currently the Cattleman restaurant property. So just a timeline. We issued a contract in March and were able to get started on clearing the site, doing some of the preliminary grading and getting the entrance road constructed in March prior to the limitations and time of year restrictions on clearing trees associated with endangered species and some other environmental concerns. We got started immediately after that, constructing the tank foundation. That was finished up in May. We were very busy during the month of July. The tank contractor moved in after the foundation was done. The lag between May and July was about 30 days to allow the concrete to cure before we could start erecting steel on the concrete foundation. But we've got the tank steel erection is well underway. Our crews have been installing the raw water line from the wells to the treatment plant site. As I mentioned, we've got the crossing under Route 40 installed and also the section of pipe to the corner of Burger Loop. In August, we're continuing to work on the water main and finishing up the steel erection to get the rest of the tank constructed. And that is scheduled to be finished up in mid-September. And then the painting crews will come in and start putting the exterior coating on the tank in September. Towards the end of September, the contractor that we have selected to do the treatment plant will mobilize and begin construction on the treatment plant site. They're scheduled to have the site prepped and all of the site grading and site utilities in by early October, and then their subcontractor that'll be doing the treatment plant building construction will move in October and begin that work. We do anticipate that the building will be completed in the spring of '24. Unfortunately, as I mentioned, there have been some delays in equipment availability. Our contractor's telling us now that due to commitments for the filtration system, they're not expecting to have that delivered until May. So they're going to proceed with completing the building construction and getting everything ready, and then when the filtration equipment arrives, they'll be able to install that and then get the plant put online. So right now we're projecting a completion date in the third quarter of '24. The contractor that bid on the treatment plant building, we only had one viable bid for that, and so they were very concerned about schedule and availability of equipment, and so they've required a very comfortable time frame to put in their contract, but they have assured us that they're going to proceed as quickly as possible to try to get it wrapped up. But they weren't comfortable with having an aggressive schedule contractually, that they would then be potentially subject to liquidated damage if they didn't meet that schedule. So unfortunately, the timeline is extended out much longer than what we had hoped, and I'm sure what you all would have hoped. But I can assure you we've been working very, very diligently to get this thing built.
So just a couple smaller projects we've got going on. We're doing some sewer improvements in the Boones Mill area for collection system. We found a few force mains that needed some work and a pumping system that needed overhaul. We're getting ready to have a geologist come in and look at adding a third well out at the Walnut Run system. There's times when we have peak capacity challenges out at that system, primarily in the summer. And then we're doing improvements to the Cherokee Hills water system right now, working on that treatment plant and pump station there. So, Chris, I don't know if you want to talk some stuff before we get to the last part here, or you want to?
Sure. Thank you, Mike. Mike and I have had several discussions really in recent weeks, but I guess through the years. And of course, I'll try to maybe take the board back a little bit, back to the early 2000s when really public water became very critical in Franklin County. We really started seeing growth, as we all know, specifically around the lake. And of course, the county worked to develop a water system at that time in the early 2000s, and it really brought critical water across the bridge into Franklin County. And so roll forward a few years to 2007, Franklin County joined the Western Virginia Water Authority. We were very thankful to build that relationship with the Western Virginia Water Authority at that time. And since that time, I think we as the board has seen much of that investment from the Water Authority in Franklin County, not only at the lake, but the 220 business corridor, as well as private systems here in the central part of the county and what have you. That all of that, of course, is critical. We know that water and sewer is critical for development, both for population attraction, for economic development, and not only water and sewer, but earlier today, of course, this board met with the Broadband Authority and investing millions of dollars to bring fiber to our citizens. So water and sewer are certainly critical to development, but also fiber to the home. And we, perhaps one of the things that came out of the pandemic, as we all know, was the CARES Act and the ARPA Act. And this board strategically purposed those dollars, millions of dollars, in the federal grants that were allocated to us for broadband development that we're seeing today through Shintill and River Street, but then also the Western Virginia Water Authority for water and sewer. Specifically, the South Lake system. We know that the Union Hall area was in need of water, and a lot of the private systems there being consolidated with the authority, but a centralized water system, just like the West Lake area, was really needed in the South Lake area, Union Hall. And so fortunately, this board was able to target and purpose those dollars as a leverage, as a 50% partner with the Water Authority to make that happen, as well as the sewer needs in Westlake. We're seeing a tremendous amount of commercial growth now in Westlake, restaurants, banks, et cetera. And so that demand is there, and fortunately, we had the federal dollars available to us to be that 50% partner. And so where do we go from here? Will there be future federal dollars? Certainly, we hope so. We have put in for earmark, if you will, for that force main project that Mr. McAvoy mentioned regarding the town of Rocky Mount. That appropriation so far has not necessarily been funded, but certainly the engineering is there to do that, whether it's future grant funds or future federal appropriations, future grant dollars, if you will. But beyond that, to continue to invest in water and sewer, because we're seeing those needs. With the absence of ARPA or CARES dollars, where do we go from here? And so the discussion, I think, is very timely for this board as we go into our budget season, as we talk about capital improvements, our capital improvements and strategic planning going forward this upcoming fiscal year. the fact that the Water Authority has been such a great partner and those relationships with our regional partners have been built through the years, leveraging 50% of local taxpayer dollars coupled with regional dollars in the Water Authority, we've been able to see some things happen. And to continue to do that, I think the timing is really good for this board, certainly to have the update today, but really to begin thinking about next budget season as we're going forward when we talk about our capital improvement plan. As an example, there may be some sewer laterals that may need to be funded, if you will, from this study that opens the 220 corridor up for development, whether it's tourism related, whether it's restaurant related, all investments, of course, the return for us, meals tax, lodging tax, real estate tax, et cetera. And so that's a long way, Mike and Mr. Chairman, members of the board, thank you for indulging me, setting the stage here to talk a little bit about where do we go from here? What are possibilities for us? And no decisions don't necessarily have to be made today for this board, but certainly to think through. We've got some strategic investments with our capital dollars and infrastructure, and just to be mindful of that in our budget season. And so that therein, Mike, kind of leads you to maybe, is there a possibility of some annual targeted funding that this board would be willing to set aside as we talk about future budgets to leverage some of these 50-50 partnerships, if you will? So I'll pause there.
Yeah, and to follow what Chris said, I've listed a few of the master plan projects we've talked about before, and they're still on the map here. And I want to get away from the microphone too much here, but again, we want to build on the Union Hall system, go down Kemp Ford and Dillard's Hill, try to interconnect all these at some point. The big project really is either coming this way down to the south side of the lake, or maybe coming down here, interconnecting and back around. But eventually, our projections are, and we're still 20 plus years out, but at some point, we don't think the current well systems on the south side of the lake will be able to support development, completely forever. And by bringing the water from Scruggs Road down, and that water is being provided by the Smith Mountain plant that we jointly manage with the Bedford Regional Water Authority. That'll build a nice network. It'll open up other areas for neighborhoods that might need water in there. You can remember on the map here, the blue lines are ones that we already have existing, and if it has pink around it, those are kind of the service areas you can get off those blue lines. And I know that, again, the map's not the best for this format. The kind of pink lines, magenta color lines, whatever you call them, would be future ones. And where you see the red or almost orange color around those are areas that the county staff think there's potential for development based on some of the work they've already done over the years in their planning studies. So we do think there's a couple of good water projects we want to keep building. South Lake, and I guess it'd be west side of the lake. In addition, the additional sewer capacity in West Lake, that's a priority for us. And building some sewer capacity, being able to take care of those lift stations we built, or take advantage of those lift stations we built at Summit View. So being able to open up some of the development potential on the opposite side of Summit View along 220 certainly is important, that we've already talked about. We also think there's some potential going down Route 40 west out of Rocky Mount toward Ferrum in that corridor. So, and I'll say the partnership that Chris and I talked about really has been funding larger regional projects that are kind of agnostic to development, particular developments or things like that. So we're looking at putting the backbone in that allow others to help build off of that over time. We also don't really expect you all to help contribute to maintenance items. So like the first three items I mentioned there, some improvements we're doing in Boone's Mill and Cherokee Hills, those are our responsibilities to do just as part of the water system. I have taken a look at our capital plans, and because we're doing similar things in other localities that are members of the authority. And I think we could fund $2 to $3 million a year in these larger scale projects in the county. To give you an idea of the magnitude we're talking about, if you guys could contribute to that or match that number, whatever that would work for your plan. So I think we could make some real progress in some of these large scale water distribution projects and sewer collection system efforts that we've talked about today. So kind of planting the seeds for y'all to think about, I guess, later in the year. So with that, happy to discuss any of these ideas. These pictures are from the last Creek Week over at Benjamin Franklin Middle School. It was actually a cold Creek Week, a little chilly out there that time, but something our staff, our public education staff, love to do. They're out there all week. They do macroinvertebrate classifications out in the creek there for all the middle school students that go to that school, and it's kind of a big something to look forward to every year by the school students and staff at that school. So, and our staff. And you can see we have a few volunteers from Ferrum that came out to help us as well. So, Mr. Chairman, that's all I had. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you. Anyone have any questions? Go ahead, Tommy.
Mr. McFoy, you said, is this the third quarter you're talking about might be able to use the water tower next year?
Yeah.
Third quarter, so that'd be roughly October?
At the worst, I think sometime September, October, yeah.
That's what I say. People already pushing me. Want to know.
Well, it's going to get worse when we get that tank finished and painted, and it's just going to be sitting there. So,
would you mind giving me a schedule on that? You had it posted a minute ago.
Yeah,
I
you
like
want to
to
go
have
back
a
and see.
schedule. And
Let me see here. Yeah, so there you go. So again, we'll, the majority of the construction is going to be done, by the spring, and if if things get better and we're able to get the equipment in sooner, but right now there's just there's still a lag from supply chain issues. Plus, there are many municipalities across the country that are spending their ARPA dollars right now, like you all are, that we're trying to do. And so I've just been amazed at the lag time. I mean, to give you an example, we have a generator project going on one of our water treatment plants in Roanoke, and the generator, when we bid that job, the contractor said it's going to be a year to get the generator in, and we were like, wow, really, a year to get this generator in? And then they said, and it's going to be 20 months to get the switchgear to hook to the generator. So we've had a pad poured for, 9-10 months out of the plant. There's now a generator sitting on it, and we're hoping by November to actually get the switchgear to hook it all up so it actually be usable. But it's just been sitting there, not usable. And I've been amazed at some of the components that are in short supply, things that you wouldn't normally see as in short supply. But so the filtration equipment's kind of, on that track. If it comes in sooner, we could be done sooner, but this is kind of our best guess at this point.
Anyone else?
Mr. Chairman, I do have one maybe time-sensitive item concerning the South Lake tank, as I understand, and of course Scott Kroll, I know you've been working some on this. If you all recall, I know there's some photos here. During the completion of a tank, there is the opportunity to letter the tank, and of course we talked during the time of the approval of the special use permit for the South Lake tank. We're at that critical juncture in making a decision on the lettering of the tank, and as I understand, there are some cost estimates that have come into the authority for potentially for that lettering of the tank as recently as this morning or late last evening.
Yes.
And of course, I know that's not the overall part of the budget, and I recognize the Summit View tank, which is a little bit larger tank than what will be at the South Lake. Of course, we were able to have the county's brand, its logo there on the tank. I understand South Lake tank will be more of a sky blue color, but we still have the opportunity to put the county logo or maybe lettering of Union Hall, Village, or what have you underneath. I know it's time sensitive. I do understand to have a lettering on the tank of each side. When I looked at that this morning, Scott, it is around 27,000, 15,000 maybe on one side. I will remind the board there are capital dollars set aside in our capital improvement account that could cover that, as well as our village planning account. If we need to, I don't know how quickly the tank's going to be and before the painters and the contractors, but I do understand this is more time sensitive.
Yeah, so it takes some time for, once a concept is decided upon, then they have to pass it off to a graphic designer to actually proportion it out and come up with all the details needed for whatever logo and lettering goes on the tank. So we're at that point where we need to provide some direction to the tank contractor on whether we want to add this to their contract and have them do it while they're mobilized for finishing the tank. So, the sooner the better at this point.
If it's the pleasure of the board, I can provide the board some information regarding the lettering and the pricing and so forth. The board will meet in a couple of weeks for that economic development work session. I think it's on Thursday, August 31st. I can get that information out to the board. If that's the pleasure of the board, let the board have a chance to look at it, maybe talk through it. It is an opportunity, again, a marketing opportunity, tourism opportunity for the county while the work's being done. And certainly, I would imagine we would not want to miss that opportunity because it likely would be more expensive if we had to come back after the fact.
That's correct. So we already have firm pricing from the contractor to use the logo that you see here. Of course, it will be proportioned a little, slightly differently for the South Lake tank, but this is the Franklin County's standard, branding logo that the county's adopted. So I did provide that image to the contractor. They've given us a change order request, and that was the pricing that Chris had just mentioned. If we want to go with something else, different lettering specific to Union Hall, I don't know. I requested the contractor to give me, a ballpark idea of would it cost more or less if we changed some of the actual text to add Village of Union Hall or Village Center Union Hall or something to that effect. They have not had time to provide that yet, but I'll share that with Chris. But as far as if we do want to go forward with this particular design, we can go ahead and green light that if the board so chooses.
I'm seeing a lot of heads nodding. For me, I think we need to stay with the Franklin County logo.
I think it needs everything be uniform.
Yeah.
Well, I got people wanting to know what we're gonna put on it. I've already had a lot of suggestions. And if I don't put it there, they're probably gonna tell me where to go. But I'd be interested, what Chris talked about the meeting, and let us know about August 31st, what we can do, what we can't do. And plus, I'll be talking to you before then. Okay?
Yeah, I think that time schedule would work for us.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, so you guys want to give it some thought?
I think, Mr. Chairman, I'd be remiss too if I didn't thank Shirley Holland, who's in the audience. I know she is our designated and appointed board member to the Water Authority, and Shirley has just been a great partner. And she's Vice President of Community Development at Carilion, and she was very instrumental last week in moderating, or facilitating a meeting, I should say, with Ferrum College's president, Dr. Murda Martin, and the Carilion executive team. And I really appreciate Shirley in doing that, as well as making sure and I know she does, advocates for Franklin County in so many ways, not only with Carilion, but the Water Authority. So thank you, Shirley.
Mike, thank you so much. Scott, thank you. Very informative presentation.
Again, I'm very excited about the partnership we have here, and things are moving along well. The usual issues, but it's starting to take shape. So.
It's one thing. For me, it's good to say that we have partners that time after time, we can always count on each other. And I feel that we have that type of relationship, and it's just refreshing to have. So.
Thank you. Does it still, I think at one time you gave us the cost of $1 million per mile to put water lines in. Is that still?
Yeah, that's a pretty good planning number, about $1 million a mile. So
not anymore.
Well, Scott's telling me no, but we've used that for a while, and it really depends on I think a lot of topography issues and the availability of pipe at the time. But for rough planning purposes, What do you think, 1.2 maybe at the most?
Well, I can give you some better numbers, Mr. Cundiff. I mean, I looked at the pricing that we got from the contractor that's installing the section of water main. Actually, we're doing a portion of the work with our own in-house crews to try to leverage the dollars and help the county and us and save budget money. So we did pull a portion of the piping out of the contractor's contract, and fortunately, the contract was structured such that it gave us the opportunity to negotiate that with them. But for the piping that they do have left in their contract, based on the pricing that they bid, it's about $265 a linear foot for 8-inch water main. So that can give you a general idea, and if you do the math, it does come out a little bit more than $1 million a mile, but it's, and you know, the construction market, as Mike said, is very volatile right now, and timing, I mean, we've had other projects that have bid that, you know, have come in under the $200 a foot number. So it really depends on the timing, how aggressive contractors are in wanting work, and availability of equipment and labor for them to do the work, and material supplies, of course. So, but the $265 a foot is basically what we're having to pay for the section of water main from just in front of the residential property there on 40 across from the Whistle Stop down past the vacant property to the cattlemen.
Well, I'm very thankful for what y'all have done. I'm more thankful for what you're going to do, and I really appreciate you. And Mike, if you don't mind, will you give me that address to that gentleman we talked about the other day?
Yeah, I could send it back to you.
I appreciate it.
Okay, yeah.
All right, thank you.
Sure.
All right. Anyone else have anything? Thank y'all.
All right, thank you.
Thank y'all.
Okay, at this time, we're gonna move right along, and we're gonna move the county administrator's report and the county attorney report until later in the meeting, and we're gonna go into closed session. So,
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I would offer a motion for the board to enter into a closed meeting in accordance with Section 2.2-3711A1, personnel discussion of appointments to county boards, commissions, etc. A3, discussion of the acquisition of real property or the disposition of real property. A5, discussion concerning a prospective business or industry or the expansion of an existing business or industry. And A29, discussion of the terms of a public contract of the Code of Virginia as amended.
okay. Do we have a second?
Second.
Madam Clerk, will you take a roll call, please?
Supervisor Mike Carter,
Yes.
Supervisor Tommy Cundiff,
Yes.
Supervisor Nick Mitchell,
Yes.
Supervisor Ronald Mitchell,
Yes.
Supervisor Lori Smith,
Yes.
Supervisor Ronnie Thompson,
Yes.
Chairman Tatum.
Yes. Okay, we'll reconvene. B75. Madam Clerk, is dinner here? Okay, if you want to grab your dinner, we'll go to
Yes, sir, I
B75.
do. I make a motion to certify that only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements under the Virginia Freedom of Information Act were heard, discussed, or considered in the closed session to which this certification applies, and only such business matters as were identified in the motion by which this closed session was convened were heard, discussed, or considered in the meeting to which this certification applies.
Okay, we have a motion.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, will you take a roll call, please?
Supervisor Ronnie Thompson,
Yes.
Supervisor Lori Smith,
Yes.
Supervisor Ronald Mitchell,
Yes.
Supervisor Nick Mitchell,
Yes.
Supervisor Tommy Cundiff,
Yes.
Supervisor Mike Carter,
Yes.
Chairman Tatum.
Yes. Okay, appointments to committees and boards. Start over here on this side and we'll work
Chairman,
our
I
way.
think I have one.
All right.
I would like to put Miss Charlotte Hubbard on the Piedmont Community Services Board.
Okay. We have a second?
Second.
Discussion? All right, all in favor of appointing Charlotte Hubbard to the Piedmont Services Board, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Show there are none opposed. Madam Clerk, I'd like to make a motion that we appoint Dr. Joseph Hahn to the Ferrum Water and Sewage Authority.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion before we take a final vote? All in favor of appointing Dr. Hahn to the Ferrum Water and Sewage Authority, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. There are none opposed. Have any other appointments need to be made tonight?
Do we need to do the TPO,
There
Chris?
is one, yes. The Roanoke Valley Transportation Planning Organization, Mr. Chairman, I think it's a board representative that or is required for that body.
Okay. Do we have a motion on that?
You gonna do that? You gonna do that? I nominate Lori Smith.
Okay.
Second.
All right. We have a motion and a second to nominate Lori Smith to the TPO board. Further discussion? Needs a few more.
Bring it on, I'm a walking
All in
target.
favor of appointing Lori to the TPO, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. All right, do we have any others?
I don't think so, Mr. Chairman. There's aging services. There's a couple of more that we can always bring back next month. Yep.
All right,
Yes. Yes, Mr. Yeah, I can take that
okay,
first one.
you can answer that.
Yes, sir.
Okay, here, let's see, we're gonna go into, first item on the agenda here is a hearing to consider proposed amendments to the transient occupancy tax ordinance.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, this proposed amendment to the transient occupancy tax ordinance, of course, this is to bring the county's code section in line with the Commonwealth of Virginia's code regarding the collection of transient occupancy. Some amendments were made in the General Assembly last year to streamline, if you will, for the intermediaries, the companies such as VRBO, Airbnb, et cetera, to give the Commissioner of Revenue's office is around the state the opportunity and really a better mechanism of collecting those taxes. And of course, I know our commissioner is here this evening that could better probably answer questions to this than I can, but it is to bring the county's ordinance in line with the recent state code amendments from the General Assembly. It does not change the tax rate or anything on transient occupancy.
Ms. Torrance, did you have anything you wanted to add to that?
Thank you all. Yeah, I just want to make sure that you understand that what Chris said is exactly right, but all of the intermediaries except Airbnb are providing what we need. That company won't. They're trying to say that there are too many cities, counties, towns in the state to customize a report that sends the information back to us on the location of these properties. So in order to aid our associations in helping the GA, General Assembly, pass legislation to put some teeth, so to speak, into this rule, we're trying to uniform all the codes across the state to say the same thing, and we're going to try to come up with one report that they can send to every locality so that there'll be no reason for them not to report the location. We're receiving a lot of pushback from them, and it may end up in court, but this will help unify all of the counties and cities in the state so that better to help the GA enforce the rules they're trying to implement.
All right. Anyone have any questions for Margaret?
Thank you, Margaret.
Okay, thank you.
Have anything else?
No, Mr. Chairman, just open and close the public hearing if there are any speakers that may
Okay,
wish
yeah.
to speak.
At this time, I'll open the floor for a public hearing in this matter. Madam Clerk, do we have anyone signed up for this?
No, Mr. Chairman, I have no speakers for this item.
Okay. Do we have anyone here tonight that would like to speak to the board in regard to the transit and occupancy tax code changes? Seeing none, we will close the floor to public comment. Board, what's your pleasure?
Mr. Chairman, oh, go ahead.
I'll make a motion when it's appropriate.
I'd say it's appropriate.
Make a motion that we go forward with this as presented.
Okay. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay. Any discussion before we take a final vote? All right, Madam Clerk, will you take a roll call, please?
Supervisor Lori Smith,
Yes.
Supervisor Ronnie Thompson,
Yes.
Supervisor Ronald Mitchell,
Yes.
Supervisor Nick Mitchell,
Yes.
Supervisor Mike Carter,
Yes.
Supervisor Tommy Cundiff,
Yes.
Chairman Tatum.
Yes. Okay. Item number 2, Brian Carter, Director of Finance. If you'll come forward, this is a hearing for amendments to adopt the fiscal year 22-23 budget.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. So, per Virginia Code, Section 15.2-2507, anytime we amend the budget greater than 1%, we're required to hold a public hearing. So the main purpose for the public hearing is the borrowing that recently closed on June 20th, which makes it a prior fiscal year financial requirement. And so that was about $7.5 million in new money. We also refinanced, but that's not new money that we need to appropriate. Those were already funded in other projects. So hence why you only see $7.5 million for the landfill. In addition to that, there are several grants that we have received over the last couple of years that projects are really just now getting to the point of spending those funds. So we want to include those in the appropriation as well. And really, it's either the VOTI grants for broadband expansion, or it's all grants related to Summit View Business Park and mostly the connector road, to the tune of the total amount would be $36,823,816.51. So with that, that would be the request for the board to amend the budget. All of those are borrowed or grant funds. They're for previous projects approved for those things. Be happy to answer any questions or any specific grant items. Do what we can. We also have the rest of the staff here to assist with inquiries.
All right. Anyone have any questions for Mr. Carter?
I have a quick question, if I may,
Go
Mr.
ahead.
Chairman.
Yes, ma'am.
Brian, on the connector road items, those are 2 ref share allocations. Have we done the county's portion of the revenue share on those amounts?
The local match,
Mm-hmm.
I'm assuming that's to be covered from borrowing? Yes. So that will be covered from borrowed funds that happened in 2018 to meet the match portion. So the funds are already in hand, I guess would be what I'm saying.
If I may,
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, I think that the match actually is the EDA funding, the Economic Development Administration grant of
Okay.
the $4.6 million that VDOT has agreed will serve and can serve as the local share, as I understand.
But it was incorporated as the initial borrowing. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes.
You might want
Yes, ma'am. Ms. Smith, we do have funding for that in the borrowing balance. At the time that we did the borrowing, we did not know that we would have EDA funding coming in, so we've got that money to use as needed if the project comes in over budget for some reason. We need some local funds, or if once we do that, if there's a different project that the board decides they want to use that funding for, they can.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Burnett.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Carter.
Anyone else have anything for Mr. Carter? Don't see anyone. Thank you. This time, I'll open the floor for public hearing on adopting this budget amendment. Madam Clerk, do we have anyone here?
No, Mr. Chairman, I have no speakers for this item.
Okay. Is there anyone here tonight that would like to speak to the board in regard to this budget amendment? Okay, seeing none, I will close the floor to public hearing. All right, Board, what's your pleasure on this?
Mr. Chairman, I would make a motion to amend the fiscal year 2023 budget and appropriation of $36,823,816.51 in additional funds for capital projects for the landfill, broadband expansion, and Summit View Business Park as outlined in the summary.
Okay. Do we have,
Second.
okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion before we take a final vote? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, you take a roll call, please.
Supervisor Ronnie Thompson,
Yes.
Supervisor Ronald Mitchell,
Yes.
Supervisor Nick Mitchell,
Yes.
Supervisor Mike Carter,
Yes.
Supervisor Tommy Cundiff,
Yes.
Supervisor Lori Smith,
Yes.
Chairman Tatum.
Yes. All right, application for rezone, Lisa Cooper. Thought we'd forgot about you, didn't you?
I figured you'd get around to me eventually, right? Thank you, Chairman Tatum and members of the board. We're here to start our public hearings. The first one that you have is for a rezone. It's a rezone of a property that is in the Gills Creek District. It is approximately 12.93 acres. The business that will be there will take less than 2 acres. The property location is at 145 Burnt Chimney Road. And the property happens to be in the village of Burnt Chimney as designated in your comprehensive plan. The parcel has an existing dwelling, which happens to be a single family that will be used as an office. Also on this location is a 30 by 60 storage building that will be used. The conceptual plan that we'll get to will show you an additional 40 by 80 structure to be used as a workshop. The applicant proposes parking areas to accommodate his employees, the work vehicles, and the trailers that they use for their business. And this business will be a contractor's office and facilities. The property has 2 existing gravel driveways. The applicant proposes to encompass it into 1 driveway for his parking areas, the office, and the buildings, and the second driveway will be closed. This water is served by, the water is served by a well, and the septic is, the sewer is a septic system. Western Virginia Water Authority does have water in this area, and if they ever choose to hook up to this, they can if they desire. Staff did receive 2 phone calls prior to the public hearing for the Planning Commission. The callers did not state, they just wanted to know the purpose of the public hearing, did not express if they were opposed or in support. There were no citizens who wished to comment at the Planning Commission public hearing. We always like to give you a vicinity map. Like I said, it is located in the village of Burnt Chimney. Here is the location of the property, an aerial view. The business will be in this area, as you will see for the conceptual plan. The rest of the property will be used as it is now. This is your future land use map. The property is in the village of Burnt Chimney with an underline of agricultural, rural, residential, and forestry. We also like to give you a zoning map just so you can see. So we would be zoning this whole parcel B2, which you have a lot of B2 located in the village. There is a lot of A1, which is the kind of cream color, and then you do have some B1. This is the conceptual plan, basically going down to 1 entrance. You'll see the existing farmhouse over here with some parking. They also identified where the existing septic will be. This is going to be the new shop. They will be using this shop. They have enough storage or parking areas for all their trailers that they use for their business. The analysis of this property, the proposed rezone is consistent with the character and the intent of the B2 zoning district, as well as the intent and policies for your villages in your comprehensive plan. The proposed contractor's office and facility would utilize both existing and proposed structures on the parcel, as well as a similar layout, including the storage of trailers and trucks. The aesthetic nature and the proposed use would not be greatly different than the existing site development that you see at this location now. Given this location and the nature, objective of the rezone, the proposal will not be in substantial detriment to the adjacent properties or change the character of the zoning district. Your comprehensive plan would find some type of development like this in your village to support the village itself and the surrounding areas. Your planning commission voted, they held their public hearing and voted 5 in favor, 2 absent, to approve this rezone from A1 agricultural to B2 general business with no proffers. I would be glad to answer any questions, and the applicant is also here.
Okay, anyone have any questions for Ms. Cooper?
Ms. Cooper, was there any discussion at the planning commission level with regard to screening?
I think they might have talked a little bit about screening. They'll have to do, keep in mind when we go to site plan review, there will be some screening around the front that we require in our landscaping section of the zoning ordinance. But I don't remember any other screening being discussed at the time.
Thank you.
But that doesn't mean that you as a board can't discuss that.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman. Ms. Cooper, is this directly across from Burnt Chimney Elementary School?
Yes, it is. Here is obviously the site, and then Burnt Chimney Elementary School should be somewhere around in here.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Me personally, I think I would like to see some sort of screening since it's across the street from the elementary school. But it's at the pleasure of the rest of the board. That concerns me a little bit, having a business directly across there.
You will have landscape screening that runs across the front
In
of
place.
small trees and shrubs.
Okay.
But if you want more than that, than what we have in the zoning ordinance, you could, request the applicant to see if he would proffer that.
Okay.
But the zoning screening is minimal, right, in terms of how long it's gonna take those plants to grow to an actual screening.
Right, because what you
purpose.
don't want to do is when you have that type of screening along the road, you don't want to impede anybody's sight pulling out of the driveway. So that's why it's usually low-lying shrubs and trees.
Good point.
Also, you're gonna have to be careful, because it is across from the school. You don't wanna make a hiding place.
Yeah.
You wanna keep it open, so it can be, there's a lot of sight distance there. You do not want a hiding spot.
Anyone else? Thank you, Ms. Cooper. Is there anyone else here that would like to speak to this? Madam Clerk, do we have anyone sign up? I'll open the floor for public comment.
Questions for the applicant? Especially for screening?
State your name and address for the record, please.
Yes, my name is Drew Flora, and we are currently running our company out of my mom and dad's place on 363 Farmington Road, and started out little and it's grown a little bit, and so we've received some letters of complaints for running our business out of there, and so this is why we're proposing to move out here. And we'd be very willing to do any screening that we need to do.
Anyone have any questions? Go ahead.
I just have a comment. I've seen this gentleman's work. I'm excited to see what you do with the old farmhouse. Excited to see the new buildings because I've seen your work, a lot of it, and it's top notch. So I'm excited to see you guys get your new location.
Anyone else? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Now I'll open the floor for public comment.
Mr. Chairman, I have no speakers for this item.
Have anyone here that would like to speak to the board in regard to this? Seeing none, I will close the floor for public comment. Board, what's your pleasure?
I'll make a motion when the time's right, Mr. Chairman.
Time's right.
I'll make sure I'm the right one. Would you like for me to read the whole thing or just make a motion to approve it as presented? Are you good with that?
I'm good with that.
I'll make a motion to approve it as presented, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve the rezone as presented. Any further discussion before we take a final vote? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, will you take a roll call, please?
Supervisor Ronald Mitchell,
Yes.
Supervisor Nick Mitchell,
Yes.
Supervisor Mike Carter,
Yes.
Supervisor Tommy Cundiff,
Yes.
Supervisor Lori Smith,
Yes.
Supervisor Ronnie Thompson,
Yes.
Chairman Tatum.
Yes. All right. Application for special use permit, Lisa Cooper.
This is an application, as you said, for a special use permit. The applicant is Jason Moore, and the owner also is Suburban Auto Sales LLC. The special use permit is for 8.07 acres. It's Zone B2. The property is located at 10660 Old Franklin Turnpike. You might recall, well, back in 1995, there was a rezoning of this property from R1 to B2 to allow for boat and accessory sales, engine and boat repair, personal watercraft sales, ATV sales, repairs. I think there was some retail food, produce, and boat storage. There were certain proffers that were done in 1995, like we always have dealing with VDH and VDOT. Some of the other things had to do with landscaping along the north of the property, and then also a 50-foot natural buffer that surrounds this property. And when we get to the zoning map, you will see one reason why there was a 50-foot natural buffer. The site has an existing two-story structure that is approximately 60 by 48 and approximately 2,800 square feet. The applicant proposes to use the structure for retail sales and service area. And the special use permit that we're here today to hear is outdoor display on business property. The concept plan shows you two parking areas, one for retail parking and one for the service area parking. There are two areas intended for the outdoor display. One is a 200 by 100 area, already cleared location on the parcel, and the other one is a future proposed 100 by 100 area. The second story area is a wooded portion on the lot, and clearing would have to be done before the storage area could be constructed. This property is also serviced by a well and a septic system. There was also for this one phone call about the signs that were on the property. The caller had no concerns regarding the application. There were no citizen comments at the Planning Commission public hearing. This is the vicinity map. The property is located in the Union Hall election district. We like to give an aerial map showing you the location. This is the existing building, and the conceptual plan will show the areas for storage that I was talking about. We also like to give you a future land use map. It's agricultural, rural, residential, and forestry. This is the zoning map. So in 1995, this property was zoned from R1, which is the green, to B2, which is the general business. This is the conceptual plan. So this is the existing building. The service area will be back in this area. This is where the retail parking will take place. This is for long-term storage and secondary retail parking. This is a future area that can be done at another given time, and this is a storage barn that they hope to be able to use for storage. There will be minimum impacts to this site. The area of the property has operated in a similar capacity for over the last 30 years, on and off. Granting the special use permit would not change the character of the zoning district and would be in harmony with other uses of the district. The comprehensive plan would support this with the approval of the recommended conditions of the Planning Commission. Just to let you know, the Planning Commission held their public hearing. They voted to approve the special use permit, 5 in favor, 2 absent. To go over the conditions with you, the one that we usually have, the property will be developed in substantial conformance with the concept plan that was submitted with the application. They will have to adhere to all of VDOT requirements. The applicant shall have to obtain the safe, adequate, and proper for the septic system and submit this to the Virginia Department of Health to comply with their regulations. The applicant shall allow for adequate spacing between the structures and/or storage areas for access of emergency apparatuses. I will tell you the next two, condition 5 and 6, the Planning Commission did tweak for what is in your packet. The applicant and property owner shall maintain a minimum 50 foot of the existing natural vegetative buffer along the western and southern property lines. The property owner shall maintain the existing buffer along the eastern property line. The applicant and property owner shall have to comply with the zoning ordinance landscape regulations that are in Article 2, Division 3. This is your perimeter land use and landscaping regulations that have to do with the front of the property around adjacent to Route 40. In conjunction with a major site plan approval, the applicant owner will have to obtain all the erosion and settlement control permits. At this time, this property will not trigger stormwater. Any future development, the future long-term storage that I was talking about, well, that's shown on the concept plan, when the applicant is ready to construct that, they will have to show an erosion and settlement control plan and get permits with our office. And I would be glad to answer any questions.
Okay, you want to have any questions for Ms. Cooper?
I have a quick question.
Go ahead.
Yes.
Lisa, on condition number 4, is there a need to define adequate spacing? It just seems like a subjective.
What happens during the site plan review, that's when the fire marshal will look at it, but it's usually at least 20 feet.
So will that language be, does it need to be changed in the conditions?
I wouldn't think so. I would think that that would cover it unless you want to put that in there.
I just
think
wanted
it
to
would
make sure
cover
that
it.
there was some guidance.
There is, and the fire marshal usually, when we do the site plan review, he'll go into more detail of the spacing that he needs. I don't know if you remember one of the special use permits that was gonna have some housing. We're in site plan review and there's discussion of the spacing between the houses, and that's when it takes place.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else?
I'd like to speak to the owner.
Okay, as soon as we get through with Lisa,
As soon
anybody
as y'all are
else?
finished with me, he'd be
Oh,
glad to talk
okay,
to
I'm
you.
sorry.
Anybody
I'm trying to
else?
rush you off.
Anybody else have any questions for Lisa? Okay, thank you. Now if the owner will come up. State your name and address for the record, please.
Hello, my name is Jason Moore. I have a home at 3325 Dillard's Hill, but I reside in Fredericksburg, Virginia, about 4 hours away from here. About 2 hours too far, but yeah.
Go ahead, Mr. Gundy.
When you talk about auto marine and trailer sales, do you have any idea how many cars you're gonna try to display?
Yeah, so currently we have a family car dealership that we celebrate 35 years this year in Northern Virginia. And I'm a career fire chief, but we maintained our dealership for the past 20 years as I've been a fireman to keep it active. And last year we sold 38 cars for the whole year. So what we're going to focus on here is display of probably more classic cars and specialty vehicles to coincide with boats and pulling of boats and trucks and things like that. We're not going to have a 50 car lot. It's not our goal.
You're talking about classic cars.
Mostly classic or higher end stuff.
Right.
We're not going to be operating your typical buy here, sell here operation. That would require me to work way too hard. My wife won't have it.
Now, when you say trailer sales, what kind of trailers you talking about selling?
Associated with like boats,
Boats?
boat trailers,
I like
and I didn't want to be limited to what exact trailer I'll be selling, but I kind of wanted to encompass everything we might be doing, so we wouldn't be limited. The first thing we're gonna start with is the boat storage yard. We're trying to get that up off the ground running. There's nothing on the south side of the lake right there for boat storage. So we're gonna try and get that up and running. We relocated down here as a second home 2 years ago. We fell in love with the place. We're gonna retire down here, and we're gonna start with the boat storage yard, and more or less, it's gonna be our retirement business. And we found this property that looked like it really could use revitalizing, put it back in what it was actually designed to do
Okay.
30 years ago.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Anyone have any questions?
I'd like to know where he's a fire chief at.
National Airport, Dulles Airport. Been with the authority for 20 years. I can retire next year.
Anyone else have any questions? Anything else you want us to know about this project?
No, again, we're gonna work with the planning department to get the site plan done, and then we'll work with, all the key aspects of the property has already been designed, outlined. The gravel lot is just grassed over, so it needs to just be brought back and put up some fencing and work on the building, and it's gonna be a process. It's not like I'm gonna be down here. I'm off 20 days a month, and I'm usually down here half of that, so.
All right, I don't see any other questions. Thank you.
All right, thanks.
At this time, we'll open the floor for public hearing. In this regard, Madam Clerk, did we have anyone signed up?
No, Mr. Chairman, I have no speakers for this item.
Okay. Do we have anyone that's here tonight that would like to speak to the board in regard to this? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
I'd like to make a motion, please.
Right ahead.
I find that the use will not be of substantial detriment to adjacent properties, that the character of the zoning district will not be changed thereby, and that such use will be in harmony with the uses permitted by the right in the zoning district and with the public health, safety, and general welfare in the community. Therefore, I move to recommend approval of the applicant's request for a special use permit to allow for the outdoor display on the business property with the 6 conditions recommended by the planning commission.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion before we take a final vote? Madam Clerk?
Supervisor Nick Mitchell,
Yes.
Supervisor Mike Carter,
Yes.
Supervisor Tommy Cundiff,
Yes.
Supervisor Lori Smith,
Yes.
Supervisor Ronnie Thompson,
Yes.
Supervisor Ronald Mitchell,
Yes.
Chairman Tatum.
Yes. Okay, application for special use permit, Lisa Cooper.
This is your last one for this evening. This is also for a special use permit for a Mr. Boone, and Mr. and Mrs. Boone are the owners. It's approximately 3 acres. The property is zoned A1. It is accessible from 664 Boone's Mill Road. The special use permit is to allow for garages, commercial for automobile, recreational vehicles, and motorcycles. The property has a future land use designation as agricultural, rural residential, and forestry. As I said before, the property is zoned A1. The property is located on Red Valley Road, near the intersection of Boone's Mill Road and Red Valley. You'll see that in a map that we'll show. The applicant owns and resides currently and operates his business on the property located at 6654 Boone's Mill Road. The property surrounds this property on Red Valley by 3 sides. The site has been vacant and is currently being used for a parking lot to storage of vehicles that he is working on. The applicant is proposing an 80 by 100 mechanic shop to accommodate the existing business, which is Boone's Diesel Repair, which offers diesel trucks repairs and diesel engine repairs. The applicant stated that the mechanic shop, he has 3 employees. It will have a full bathroom and also office space for his business. The applicant would like to utilize the existing driveway located on the adjacent property at the 6654 Boone's Mill Road. Staff did receive 3 phone calls from citizens inquiring about the sign No citizen provided any comments or raised any concerns prior to the public hearing. But at the Planning Commission's public hearing, there was 2 citizens that spoke against the application. The citizens were concerned about the impact of the commercial business would have on the nearby property values. We like to give a vicinity map of where it's located. It happens to be located in the Boone district, election district. Here is the property. So the special use permit is for this property that you can see has frontage on Red Valley Road. This is where the owner, Mr. Boone, lives. There's also a garage that he has been using for part of his business, and this is how he would like to access the property instead of accessing it from Red Valley Road. And he can probably go into more detail with that if you would like him to. This is your future land use map. This is your zoning map. As you can see, it's a lot of agricultural property around. I think the citizens at the Planning Commission public hearing, I think they lived on this road. There's a subdivision that's close to the property. This is the conceptual plan that was given with the application. As you can see, here's the proposed garage. Here's the access off of Boone's Mill Road. Here's Mr. and Mrs. Boone's existing house. This is where he has been conducting his work, plus him and his employees have had to work outside, and he can go into that in more detail. So the analysis of this property should have minimum impacts on this area. The property has been used for a business on and off for over the last 30 years for some type of business. Granting this special use permit would not change the character of the zoning district and would be in harmony with other uses of the districts. Even though the comprehensive plan future land use is for agricultural, rural, residential, and forestry, and the policies may not state policies for this type of business. In a rural area, you do have commercial businesses like this that are sprinkled throughout the county. So in our opinion, it would not be in conflict with your comprehensive plan, along with the recommended conditions of the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission held their public hearing actually for this one last week. The Planning Commission voted with a 7-0 vote to approve the special use permit with 6 conditions. The first one is the one that we always have: substantial conformance to the layout, grading, and utility plan dated July 7th that was submitted with the application. The applicant shall obtain all building permits from the Franklin County Planning Community Development Office, and the applicant shall obtain a site plan, erosion settlement control plan from the Franklin County Planning and Community Development Office. At this time, we do not think this project, unless there is access to Red Valley Road, will probably not trigger stormwater. The applicant shall adhere to the Virginia Department of Transportation and the Virginia Department of Health requirements and regulations. The applicant shall obtain the required entrance permit from VDOT for the existing entrances and access to the property, whether it is on Boone's Mill Road or if the applicant decides to, at one day, he wants to have access to Red Valley Road. The applicant shall allow for adequate spacing between structures and vehicles and storage to allow access of emergency apparatus. And the applicant shall coordinate with Franklin County's GIS department to address the new structure for 911 purposes. And I would be glad to answer any questions, and Mr. Boone is also here.
Okay. Anyone have any questions for Ms. Cooper? Don't see any. So the property owner's here?
Yes.
Would he like to speak? Come forward, state your name and address for the record, please.
Good evening, Board. I'm Lauren Boone, and I live at 6654 Boone's Mill Road.
All right. What would you like to tell us about this?
We're currently operating out of a small shop, and we can only get so many vehicles through at a time, and we would like to expand to hopefully be able to help out the county with their fire equipment and emergency apparatuses.
Anyone have any questions for him? Go ahead.
Just a comment. I've watched this business blossom for the last, how many years you been in business?
7 years.
7 years, and I'm ecstatic that you're here. I'm excited to see this happen. So it's Mr. Thompson's district, so I'll let him lead with it. But I just want to give my comment. I'm proud of you, happy, and ready to get this thing going. So.
Thank you.
I'd just like to make a comment as well. I remember when these guys were working under a pop-up from Walmart Canvas. And I'm excited to see you get this. And those are also 4 very well-behaved children you have sitting back there.
That's for sure.
I mean, good gosh. Envious. Thank you, Lauren.
Thank you.
Anyone else have any questions? Mr. Thompson?
I have no questions. I'll save mine after my comments in just a moment.
You want to make a motion?
We gotta have public hearing.
Okay, yeah, you're right. I'm
Thank y'all.
putting the cart before the horse. All right, we'll open the floor for public hearing on this matter. Madam Clerk, do we have anyone signed up?
No, Mr. Chairman, we have no speakers for this item.
Okay. Is there anyone here that would like to speak in regard to this? Okay, seeing none, I will close the floor for public hearing. Now, Mr. Thompson.
I have known Lauren for quite a while for his family, and number 5, I asked Lisa to leave that one up there. Access for emergency apparatus. Chances are gonna be great if there's an emergency there, be it a fire truck or an ambulance, it's gonna already be there. Cause he's the one that keeps these vehicles running. I've seen them, I've actually been over there with the rescue squad, and they were out there laying on the ground, wet, snowing, and working on the vehicle to keep it running. And where he's building this garage, you're not gonna even see it from the road. It's back down below, back down there, and this here will be a great asset to our county as well to the citizens of this county. So with that being said, if there's nothing else, I would like to make a motion.
Got it.
I'll make a motion that this application be accepted as presented.
Okay.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion before we take a final vote? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, will you take a roll call, please?
Supervisor Mike Carter,
Yes.
Supervisor Tommy Cundiff,
Yes.
Supervisor Lori Smith,
Yes.
Supervisor Ronnie Thompson,
Yes.
Supervisor Ronald Mitchell,
Yes.
Supervisor Nick Mitchell,
Yes.
Chairman Tatum.
Yes. All right.
Mr. Tatum, if I may, happy birthday, Lauren. I told you I was gonna do that.
You wanted to embarrass him, didn't you?
And that's one of his employees behind, and I have to say congratulations. They're getting ready to have a baby, and this is the lady that actually tamed the lion.
You didn't know all your laundry would be aired out tonight, did you?
I told Harrison I was gonna get him too.
All right, we're gonna deviate from the agenda a little bit. We had to skip some items earlier today due to a time crunch, but I wanted to give our finance director, Brian Carter, a chance to bring us up to speed as to our finances. So at this time, Brian Carter.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. So for us, we're starting a new fiscal year, so this is our July report. So 1 month out of the year, we would look about 8.3%. That's kind of our benchmark that we're looking for as we compare. And so looking at our general fund report, you can see for the revenues that are monthly, we are right around that 8.3%, some above. One of the main revenue items we're going to look at is that revenue from use of money and property, since we used interest earnings to balance our budget. So it's at 14.6%, well above 8.3%, so that's a positive sign so far for the fiscal year. As far as expenditures, the categories that we typically see where we pay a lot of invoices up front in your general and financial administration and even community development, A lot of that are your membership dues, your insurances, those things, but everything else pretty much is below or right at within a reasonable variance at 8.3%. So no major concerns on the overall categories at this point. Just to graphically show that, you can see the revenues are a little bit higher for July compared to prior year. You can see that general property taxes are up a little bit, 350,000 or so. Compared to prior year, that seems to be just timing, no particular thing. As we know, we're kind of in that in-between time of property tax collections. For other local taxes and our revenue from the state, that pretty much is consistent with what we saw prior year. So pretty reasonable collections. For July, for our sales tax, we're looking at a growth of 55,000 or 9.2% year over year for the month. So the main thing that we want to look at is that percent of budget. So we're 8.96% of budget, so above 8.3. And so collections for sales tax is exceeding our budgeted expectations, so that's a positive sign. As we look at our meals tax, we see a similar item, so that's up 14.1%. That's 21,000, so it's not a great savings, but it is good from the standpoint of growth continues. Whether that's growth or that's just higher prices, we're still taxing it. And so that's 11.95% of the budget, so again, above that 8.3. And occupancy, so what we saw in July compared to prior year was a little bit down, but it was up from 2 years ago. So it appears we probably had, I think, looking at the prior year, probably some catch-up collections. It just looks to be a little higher than I would think, looking at about a 5-year history. So it's down about $10,000 compared to prior year, but we're still 10.38% of budget. So we're still over 2% above where we want to be with budget. So we're fine on the budget standpoint. We'll continue to watch the trend, see what happens in August. As you can see, that's typically the peak, which would be the July collections. And so we'll monitor, but the big thing for us to monitor is that we're ahead of where we project for the budget. That's the main impact that we have for us. So for our general fund expenditures, you can see for the month of July, that blue dot there, so we are a little bit higher. I'll break that down a little bit further for you. So the main item, we would expect some increase due to personnel costs. The public safety is the one you can see in that yellow bar is higher in July than it was last year. That's to a tune of about $600,000. When you look at it, that mainly is timing between insurances and debt service and things along that nature for our regional jail and for our public safety items. It's just timing. We paid those a little bit later in the fiscal year. We paid them in July this year. So there didn't appear to be anything that was outside of the norm there, just a difference of timing. As far as our health and welfare expenditures, as we look at that, we would see that pretty much everything is even on that. CSA at this point is below prior year. I think we've done a lot to catch up expenses, and so last year was a little bit more of that. As far as our prior year invoices, and so right now we're okay. We do expect CSA costs to go up, just rising prices on the percentages we're seeing back on our contracts. We are helped a little bit on that. The one silver lining of the state budget impasse is it capped our private day at 2% growth, and so that will help the bottom line for the county, at least for this fiscal year. So there really isn't a change in our fund balance and reserves. These are still a year ago numbers. As we do, we're still paying invoices for prior year. So as we clean all of that up, we'll get you an unaudited number for our fiscal year that ended June 30th. But for right now, we're looking at last year's audited number with the prior commitments. So we're still $6.8 million above that minimum. Once we finalize with our projections and offer our audit upcoming in the next 45 days, we will redo an unaudited number and we'll show kind of reset that 20% policy minimum because it's based on actual revenue. So, okay. So capital project update, we're still going through we did receive, I guess you would say, informal approval for our literary loan application. We understand it's approved by the Virginia Department of Education, which is a positive thing. We were going to borrow up to $25 million at 3%. And so Davenport has been in to show you those financing projections. So we're just awaiting the official award, notice, documentation to move that process forward. So, but that's positive news. We had planned on that, so that allows us to move forward with how we had planned to spend that money. And we're still working on the grant application. So we did resubmit some modifications requested by VDOE. We're still awaiting a response back on hopefully receiving some money on our applications for both the middle school and CTE, but highest priority right now is our middle school project application. So for the month, the economic update, CPI increased in July compared to a year ago, 3.2%. So that's a lot better than it has been. That's still above the 2% target rate of the Federal Reserve. And so they did raise the rate, the interest rate, 0.25, quarter of a percent at their July meeting. And so they're really, I think at this point, hopefully about done with that. But they have their next meeting is September 19th and 20th. So if there's any action, you'll see that. The general consensus is that there should be close to being finished raising the rates and probably won't drop in the near future. You might get that in maybe the second quarter of 2024 if inflation subsides. So as far as budget impact, we still have no real information out of Richmond. So the General Assembly has met a few times. It sounds like, or tried to negotiate. They're still at an impasse. And so it may end up being we have what we have, which is what we've been operating on this fiscal year. There won't be any additional money for things like our public school system or even an additional funding for pay increases for staff. Really through the compensation board is where that would go. So all of that is really delayed. At this point, we're operating on what we know is in what they call a skinny budget. And so we continue to monitor, but there really has been no progress. And so the last slide really addresses just a follow-up inquiry. And so I guess since it relates to tax exemption, I get to do it. And so it's a real estate tax exemption for the elderly or for permanently totally disabled. So there's an inquiry from a citizen on that. So looking at the code section, just to reiterate what it says. So individuals who want to claim this, first of all have to be at least 65 years old or totally or permanently disabled. And they must file that tax exemption claim if they want it with the Commissioner of the Revenue by May 1st of the taxable year, so the calendar taxable year. And there could be a first time or a hardship extension granted to May 31st. Should they file that, it falls then in the amount of exemption falls into this graduated scale essentially of a table. And what it's based on is combined household income and combined net worth. And so I want to emphasize it's household income and not individual. And so that cap for income, again, graduated scale, but up to $25,000 in income or $80,000 net worth is the cap of what could be considered any kind of tax exemption or relief. And so it looks like it's been several years since that language and those figures have been updated. So I think, depending on where we may be as we go into the new tax season, essentially, that the deadline, of course, is passed for this tax year. And so if there's any kind of review or fiscal impact that the board may want, what we as staff will do is get with the commissioner and look at that for the 2024 tax cycle. So we would want to look at any of that, of course, to get any changes out by that May 1st, 2024 filing deadline. So, and really with that, that is what I have, Mr. Chairman. So be happy to answer any questions or clarification.
Right. Anyone have any questions for Mr. Carter?
Just a comment.
Go ahead.
Brian, I know for the last 3.5 years I have not made your job any easier. I know I'm not a very typical politician, if you want to call that, but I just want to tell you thank you for putting up with me and appreciate you dealing with me today and with the SROs and everything that I've been doing during today's board meeting. But I think you're brilliant at your job, and I really appreciate what you do for this county. And I apologize for all my antics over the last 3.5 years. So
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. I won't tell you how many times I wake up in the middle of the night thinking, how can I fund a fire truck?
I'm glad you haven't forgot about it, and please don't when I'm gone. So I'd appreciate it, and I know that our volunteers would appreciate it too, to keep us a good, safe apparatus rolling up and down the road. It's important to us. So thank you, Brian. I appreciate you.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
I do.
Go ahead.
Brian, when do you anticipate the audit wrapping up?
So the auditors are scheduled to be here the first week of October. Realistically, we will probably have a good idea of the numbers by middle of September.
Okay.
We typically have to go through the end of August for our accruals and our adjustments.
Right.
So I would say probably middle of September, we're going to have a pretty good idea, always subject to final audit adjustments. But really, they'll be here that week, and then if we have any major adjustments, we'll know that by middle of October.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
So if the state rolls in here and decides to change things up over the next couple months, that's just going to be problematic when it comes to adjustments.
It could be.
Yeah.
So, but hopefully at this point, I think anything they do, unless they apply any kind of retroactive thing on the state, we're in pretty good shape on where we are with 2023 numbers.
Well, thank you for all of your excellent monitoring of the county's money. You do an outstanding job.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate it.
Brian, on the tax relief for seniors, when was those numbers set? Do you know right off?
It is unclear looking at the code. It looked to be amended somewhere in the 2005, 2008 range. So they're 15 to 20 years old. It looks to be. It's what we surmise.
Yeah, I definitely think we need to look at that real hard and consider, because 25,000 is a low cap on that, and that 80,000 net worth, we need to adjust that get it more in line with. So I appreciate you.
And the board needs to know this primarily came from me because this was my constituent that was asking about it.
Yep.
So, and I don't think he was necessarily asking for a tremendous amount. I think you wanted to kind of model. He mentioned Pennsylvania County, trying to model Pennsylvania County. I think they're 25. They went to 30,000. Correct, Tim, Chris? So we need to dive into that and see what we can do for our senior citizens for sure.
Yeah, and Brian, in preparation, when it becomes time to talk about this, it would be helpful if we have any way of targeting a number. If we shift the caps, would we have an idea of the per capita spending for that based on those increased costs? That could give us a ballpark number as to what we're talking about, so we can kind of dial that in to the metrics for budget work.
Absolutely, yes. We will create fiscal impacts, and we could also look at multiple scenarios based on where we may want to go with those caps.
I very much support this. I agree with Chairman Tatum.
Okay.
Anyone on this side have anything for Mr. Carter?
I agree with Tim's comments. I was looking at that when Brian put it up, and $80,000, it's not a huge amount of money, and I think we probably should look at that and maybe get some comparisons from other localities to retailer that a little bit.
And the bad thing, it's household,
Yeah.
you know, so that gets really tricky.
Well, new pickup costs that much now.
Tell me about it.
I think we're way behind on that.
You lucky.
Not a real truck.
Thank you.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you, Brian.
You might get a Chevrolet for that.
Michael Burnett. Thought we forgot about you too, didn't we?
Hopefully mine will be quick and easy.
I doubt it, but go for it.
Yeah, I doubt it too. All right. So we have been talking for a couple of years now about opioid settlements. And as you guys know, I've gone through this before. We've got some settlement money that's coming into the county from a number of different settlements at the national level. Just some background here, the distributors and Janssen Pharmaceuticals, which is Johnson & Johnson, were the first two that were national agreements. We're starting to see money coming in from those right now. And it's time for us to be looking at some potential projects that could be out there for the use of those funding. Settlements are broken into 3 buckets by the company type. So you have your opioid manufacturers, you have your distributors, and you have your retailers. The opioid manufacturers and distributors have pretty well settled by now. The retailers are just kind of getting into that. So we know that there's going to be some funding coming. We just don't have the numbers at this point. So, eligible uses of opioid settlement funds. As we've discussed before, one of the big things that all of these settlements have is that the funding needs to be used for opioid abatement or prevention of substance abuse. So, Virginia has got an MOU that we're a part of that says only counties, cities, and state agencies are eligible to receive the funding. Settlements vary. Abatement is at the center of all of them. 100% of the disbursements from the state OAA, the VOAA, must be spent on abatement efforts. And there's some pretty good information coming up on what that means. There's no reimbursement using these funds for previous costs or supplanting of current funding. No indirect charges, and recipients must report outcomes to OAA on an annual basis. So once we start using these funds, we're going to have to start reporting into the state level. So what is abatement? So what you can use these funds for, some good examples here: support treatment of opioid use disorder, support people in recovery, support drug treatment and recovery courts, support efforts to address the needs of pregnant or parenting women with opioid use disorder. We'll talk a lot more about that one in just a minute. Support efforts to discourage or prevent misuse of opioids. Support efforts to prevent or reduce overdose deaths. And you can do that through some medicine things that we'll talk about as well. Down to the dollars. So we have 2 different buckets of money. The county gets 30% direct from all of the settlements that come through to the state. 30% it comes straight into our coffers. We have picked up so far about $315,000 that's sitting in the county coffers for us to use on opioid abatement coming up. These funds are not subject to state application. They're not subject to state regulation. And there's no timeline that we have to spend it by. So if you all want to continue to bring these funds in and use it for a big project later on, you can, or you could just start using it as you go along. But you have plenty of time to work on that. As you can see, distributors, we've received about $147,000. Janssen, we've gotten about $168,000. We know that the Melancrot is just a small one. It's about $10,000. And then the Walgreens and other retailers, we don't know what that amount's going to be for the county at this point, just because the settlements are still running through the process. So, again, 2 pots of money. So your first pot of money is this direct funding of $315,000 that you've received so far. Again, much less regulation on it. Still has to be used for abatement. Still has to be used for opioid related expenses. The second pot of money is the one that we need to talk about some tonight. The Virginia Opioid Abatement Authority, VOAA, is a state organization. They receive about 55% of all the settlement money that comes to Virginia. Remember, we get 30% as a locality. The state gets 55%. They then take part of that funding and make it available to the localities on an allocation basis. So we're not competing for grant for funding. They've assigned us an amount that we're going to be able to get, but we have to make application for that funding. They want to make sure that we're using it as we're supposed to be using it, so we don't have to pay it back and the state doesn't have to pay it back. For those of you that have been on the board for a while, if you remember Tobacco Commission allocations, works very similar to that. So it's money that's ours. We just have to apply for it. as we talked about at the last time that I spoke with you all, we looked at what's called the gold standard. The state has set up a list of programs that they're say conservatively, we know you're not going to have any problem if you spend your money on these projects. So if we do that, then they will actually put a 25% bonus on our allocation. So any way that we can use the gold standard going forward is going to be helpful to the county, not just in the fact that you get more money, but also because you don't have a chance of having to repay it because you spent it inappropriately. So in fiscal year 23, we received an allocation of $88,864, which will go up to $111,000 if we follow the gold standard. In fiscal year 24, our allocation is about $15,000, which will rise to $18,686 if we follow the gold standard. So there are approximately $130,000 available to the county for use on these opioid projects through the VOAA. The application window opens October the 1st, and it runs until April the 1st. So you've got some time to decide what kind of projects you want to apply for. Again, the window, you can't do anything until October 1st. You've got all the way through till April 1st. So, and this is just the pretty much the information I gave you in more of a spreadsheet form and how much you'll receive over the total life of the settlements. If things continue as they're supposed to, the distributors, you'll get somewhere in the neighborhood of $883,000, $220 from Janssen. We don't know anything on the Mallinckrodt yet, and we don't know anything on the Walgreens, Walmart, CVS settlements. So still some to be determined there. The Virginia OAA, as you can see, over the course of the next 18 years, you're going to receive about $412,000 from your allocation, and then with gold standards, you're going to get $103,000 additional. So over the life of the settlements, you will be getting in from allocation somewhere in the neighborhood of $415,000, $420,000. So what we wanted to do tonight, this is not something that the board has to make any decisions on at this point. We wanted to bring a few projects to you to kind of feel your temperature on something that you'd like to see more information on. If there's some projects that we throw out here tonight that you want us to look at more closely, then we can do that and come back to the board in September with more of an application type of request for the open window that comes open in October. The first project is one you heard some about tonight from Piedmont Community Services, the Grace House. They've got an area in the back of the Grace House that needs renovation, needs stairs, needs a few things. They can open it up to a whole new clientele. So what they do now is pregnant or postpartum women and children come to the Grace House, and they're in a single setting. So it's one large group setting. If they were able to find funding to fix up the back part of the building, they could then transition these families out into more of a single living situation, which is the next step to get them back into society. So this was one we thought was a really, really good project. We don't have a good number yet, but we're thinking somewhere in the $75,000 to $80,000 range is probably what it's going to take. So this would be something that we would recommend. They also are looking for a recovery residence in Franklin County. This is Piedmont Community Services, so this is a possible partnership. One of the things that's out there, a lot of people don't think about, medication lock boxes. So if you're a parent and you have a child that has an opioid problem, a lot of times they'll steal your medication, and so for a lot of low income people, they don't have a way to get around that. So the purchase and distribution of medication lock boxes are one that's been done pretty successfully around the country. The mobile unit that you toured tonight, any kind of Franklin County specific equipment, staffing, or supplies that we can do. We also looked at purchase and distribution and training on opioid overdose drugs. This is something that we can possibly work with the Roanoke Valley Collective Response on as a partnership. And then deterrence programs and anti-opioid use education in the middle and high schools. So there's some pretty good projects on here. And then there's also the opportunity to do regional projects. And so your allocation that we talked about earlier is for specific local projects. There's also a separate fund at the state level for cooperative or regional projects. One of the things that we looked at, again, going back to the mobile unit at Piedmont Community Services, was a potential partnership grant with the other communities that they work with, Henry County and Patrick County and Martinsville, to provide funding, equipment, and supplies for the mobile unit that would be used throughout the region. There's also the potential for funding for the collective response, which covers Franklin County, as well as potential purchase of spectrometry equipment to identify substances in the field. That's another one from the collective response. So quite a few projects here. The next steps would be if the board thinks about the projects that you've seen and heard about, provide staff with feedback on which kind of projects that you'd like for us to further investigate. Then staff can bring those projects back with more details, cost estimates, partnerships, and all those details, so that at hopefully the next board meeting, we can give you the information you need to make some decisions on applications. Then an application would then be submitted sometime between October 1st and April the 1st, depending on the schedule for how the board wants to proceed. So I'd be glad to answer any questions that you all might have.
Mike, I have one question and
Yes,
one
ma'am.
statement to make. On the projected uses and quote-unquote approved uses, is this going to be set up like the COVID, like the CARES money was, where if some audit committee deems the use inappropriate, that you have to reimburse
You do.
the locality?
Yes, ma'am. And that's the entire reason that if you can, you want to use the gold standard, because we know that along with the CARES, when we had the CARES money, there was a list of items that they specifically said was eligible uses. It's conservative, so you can't do as many things as you potentially would like to, but we knew what we could spend on that. This is the exact same way.
Okay, and the statement that I wanted to make is, I definitely participate in regional efforts on behalf of Franklin County, but this collective response, the sharing of our funding, personally, for my colleagues to know, just from where I stand, I would like our money to stay in Franklin County. We've got problems here that we need to address, and we can finally have an opportunity to get ahead with designated restricted funding in these areas, and it would benefit our citizens. So I'm not real excited about doing the regional response for an allocation.
Yeah, just a comment, no questions. I love the projects, specifically with Piedmont Community Services in the county. I do not support any of this money going outside the county for anything regional. I think it's money that we need here in the county to help a lot of people that are suffering from addiction, and the overdoses are going up daily. I hear them on the fire pager every day, just about. So I would support giving it all to Piedmont Community, because they're doing great things in our community, and that's where I stand on it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree with what my colleague, Ms. Smith, said. I think we should maintain our money here in the county. And I just have a question on that Grace House. Who owns that, Mike? Do we own that, or Piedmont owns it?
Piedmont does.
Okay, just curious. I think, for me, I think would be a worthwhile project that doesn't cost a lot of money.
And I will say this: if you heard Monica when she was talking, Monica Flora earlier, that they've had 7 babies go through this program that otherwise would have been foster care. and that would have been more CSA money coming out of county pot. So,
Right, very
Yeah.
good. Thank you.
Anyone else? Thank you, Mike.
all right, thank you all.
Okay, at this time, we're gonna take about a 5-minute break. This time, I'm gonna ask, Mr. Whitlow if he will, he has a couple items.
Sure, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, just a few reminders for the board and really the public. This Wednesday kicks off the County Agricultural Fair at the Sontag, Franklin County Recreation Park in Sontag. There will be a ribbon cutting at 4:45 p.m., so you may want to get to the park around 4:30 and so forth. I know Mr. Kevin Tosh and Mr. Paul Chapman have worked really, really hard on this year's fair. I will say that on Thursday, a few of us will be at the Virginia Association of Counties Summit in Richmond, various committee meetings that we'll be attending in Richmond. As Mr. Brian Carter pointed out earlier, we're cautiously optimistic that we may hear some information on state budget negotiations, but we're also very realistic that we may not. In that regard. In addition, I will say the board will be in session on Thursday, August the 31st, just a reminder to the board, at 2:00 p.m. at the Franklin Center. This will be the work session and presentation of the economic development plan, the strategic plan that our economic development staff has worked on with our consultants. And so that begins at 2:00 p.m. at the Franklin Center on Thursday, August the 31st. Of course, on Wednesday, September the 6th, in the afternoon, you'll recall that we had some discussions at our last VACO meeting back in June, and there was some consensus in that room for a consortium. And of course, this board has asked Lori Smith and Mike Carter some to work on that for transportation issues. And I think, Ms. Smith, I think that meeting's at 3:00 on
September 6th.
Okay, at V75 here in the
Yes.
Government Center.
Yeah, and I'd like to, personally invite the board, all my colleagues sitting up here this evening to participate.
And I think it would be real important if all the board members could attend that. It would look really good for Franklin County, and we're gonna try to get some money in here for roads and stuff, so we need to make a strong presence.
Yeah, I've got the response of, about, I think, 7 localities, 7 other county board of supervisors. So we'll have a good collective response, if you will.
September the 6th, what time?
3:00. Is it 2 or 3? I don't, let me look.
And then Thursday, September the 7th, I did receive a couple of dates back from our school superintendent and school leadership, the chair and vice chair. They are at a point, the school system working on the career technical education, to present their preliminary plans, and they would like to do so to both the Board of Supervisors and the school board in a joint meeting, not unlike the one we had back in January. And so the date that I have that possibly will work for our school board is Thursday, September the 7th at 5 p.m. So that's Thursday, September the 7th, 5 p.m. for this possible joint meeting of the Franklin County School Board and the Board of Supervisors. If there are any conflicts, if you could please let us know this evening. We will need a quorum for that meeting. I don't know if there's any immediate, I recognize the board's hearing this date initially, but please let us know if there's any meeting conflicts, and we'll set that date up. And we also are looking at sometime in October. I have shared with some of you that the first week of October our auditors will be in town, so it's a very compressed time schedule for staff. We have talked about holding certainly a work session for our capital improvement priorities. We're not necessarily at this point from staff standpoint, we're still vetting through what that may look like with the board. We know that's a very important work session. It's just a matter of the details and how much we can possibly get done with our auditors being in town. We've got some time to maybe work through that, but those dates were October 3rd and 4th. That tentatively, I will say that until we finalize more information, and we'll be reaching out back to other members of the board. And then finally, of course, I would be remiss if I didn't personally thank Mr. Mike Burnett and all of his contributions to the county over his 15-year tenure here. And he's going to do great things in Galax. And I would certainly wish him, his wife Krista, his daughter Claire, certainly all the very best and Godspeed and good blessings ahead for you. And I just appreciate all your support. And that's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you. Mr. Gwynn, did he have anything for attorney?
Nothing to report tonight, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. All right, that brings us to other matters for supervisors. I'll start over here on my extreme right, Mr. Mitchell, as soon as you get choked on your water there.
Good timing. Just a reminder, in discussions at the Farm Bureau meeting, our dinner, need to get with the schools. Chris, you might have already done this, about making sure that we have somebody from Farm Bureau have a say in the future CTE project. I think it's a great idea. And I know I made a motion that made the county spend a lot of money today, and I'm very proud of this board that we're continuing to move forward and make the right decisions to protect our children in this county from the evil that exists in this world today. So from the bottom of my heart, thank you very much. I really appreciate it. That's all I got, Mr. Chairman.
I have a question for staff. I made a request last month for talk with the school in regards to homeschooling in private schools, going into the high school for extracurricular activities. And I'd like to know where that motion or where that request stands.
The homeschool and the private school, Mr. Chairman. What I'll tell you, I know there was some board discussion, and I think, Ms. Smith, I think you may have jumped in on that one because you had done some previous research on that. I have not debriefed further with that information, Mr. Thompson, but we'll do so and get that information back to you.
When do you expect to have that?
We can have that probably very quickly, Mr. Chairman, in terms of what that looks like. We'll certainly have it before the next board meeting, likely in a weekly packet. We'll get that out as soon as possible. I think it's a matter of a legal question matter to certainly could debrief with Jim Gwynn, but also the representatives at the DOE in Richmond. But I think we can get that answered for you very quickly.
Thank you.
Are you done?
We'll do this now.
You want to? Go ahead.
You
All
want to
right.
do that now?
Let's do the rest of that, and then I'll come back to that.
Laura, you have anything?
Yeah, I just have a couple things. Mr. Whitlow, I'd like to get an update on the issues we're having at the animal shelter.
Yes.
And I know that that's probably something maybe the sheriff's office has maybe a better pulse on, I'm not sure. But I definitely would like to have an update on that. In addition, you guys have, or gentlemen, I should say, have heard me complain over time about the fact that we approve a lot of rezones and special use permits, and there's always criteria and conditions that VDOT's, requesting a list of things, VDH and so forth, and we're approving these things, and then all of that gets, hammered out and executed at the planning level and staff level. I'm wondering, and Mr. Whitlow and Mr. Sandy, is there any way that the board could receive some type of report when all of that work has been done and completed, so that we know that there's been a full closure on these applications that we've already voted on? Does that make sense to anybody on the board? We really never know where these applications are going. In terms of, are they gonna get, site distance straightened out? Are they gonna get, traffic studies done, septic systems, all of those types of things? Are they gonna get that compliance for what we've already voted on? And we have no idea of that unless we go asking. So that's something I would like considered, perhaps at the staff level. If you all would let us know, and the board can decide, after we get our answer back, that's fine. But I'm just curious if there's some kind of way that we can circle back and see what the results of the application would look like.
Yeah, I think that's certainly something staff could look at, Ms. Smith, members of the board. But I will say, and of course, I'll have to get with staff, and I'd ask Mr. Sandy to do that. I know Ms. Cooper's here. A lot of times, these rezones and SUPs can be good for, and I forget the period, is it 18 months and so forth? And so they can get drug out, and you may have some rezones and SUPs that, someone's ready to hit the ground running tomorrow,
Right.
and will get it completed in a matter of a couple of months. It's others that 18 months goes by, and it's like, where is this? It's a matter of, staff, maybe staff capacity, a method or a process of following back up. But I think that's something, Mr. Sandy, maybe you and Ms. Cooper, we can look into.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I didn't have something written down on my notes, and a constituent pointed something out to me, so I apologize for making you come back to me, but the animal shelter situation needs to be addressed immediately. I won't share with, just what little bit I know until I get an update from staff on what, exactly is going on, but, our fire marshal, we need to get behind him and support that. I mean, it's in dire straits as far as I'm concerned. And also, Mr. Sandy, one of my constituents reminded me about a problem we're having with T-Mobile. I think I briefly spoke with you about it. Can we get an update from T-Mobile on the internet service up there? I still don't think it's been resolved. Do you have an update that you can elaborate on for what little bit you know? I know I mentioned it to you a couple weeks ago. I'd appreciate it. I'm sure Mr. Stanley
Yeah,
would
sure.
appreciate
So the information that I have is that they had to remove one site because of structural capacity on the tower they were located on. They have another site that they're going to, but they're not on that site yet. So it was kind of, I think what happened really was it was prematurely removed from the existing tower before they were ready to have it on the new tower. So we're probably, they made some adjustments to the Ferrum Tower that might have helped some folks, but probably not going to help folks in Callaway. And then the last report I got was we were probably a couple months out from actually getting the equipment placed on that new tower.
So we talked about this earlier in the broadband about keeping our citizens informed about this stuff. Could I get the support of the board for us to write a letter to T-Mobile to basically let them know that's unacceptable for them to take away service when people are relying on it and then just not tell anybody? To me is unacceptable. And my constituents need to know, hey, look, you're gonna have to find a different internet provider now, because they're not doing anything back in Callaway. Then maybe we can help get our citizens, hooked up with Scientech if they can even get Scientech up there. But
well, I think it was cell phone service as well as the internet. So I know folks were struggling with that, and I think some of the Ferrum folks actually maybe have submitted some information to the FCC as well.
And if we could put some on the county website in addition, because I'm pretty sure there's Verizon service in Callaway now, if I'm not mistaken. Because I know a lot of people switch to Verizon, and I have service in Callaway now. So maybe we can put something up there for my constituents to just say, hey, look at Verizon, getting your internet and phone service through Verizon. I would appreciate it if we can inform my constituents a little bit about what's going on with T-Mobile and seeking other options, please.
And I'll just tell you from a staff level, I didn't know about it until I was informed, I think actually through Mr. Tatum and some of the citizens in Ferrum and Callaway. So it's, we don't really have a part in the cellular service and that aspect of it, but certainly glad to kind of jump in.
Can I get the
where
board
we
support
can
for us to send a letter to T-Mobile?
Of course.
That say, hey, this is unacceptable to treat our constituents this way?
Sure.
Of course.
I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks, Steve. I'm done now.
All right, anyone to my left?
Go ahead.
No, go ahead. You're next.
No, I'm just gonna say, I'm very appreciative of the agriculture fair coming up. Agriculture still is a big part of Franklin County, and I think that we need to keep supporting it. I think we need to support the FFA. I think we need to support anything for the new CTE building, anything to do with agriculture, because that is the life spur of Franklin County. The other one is the taxes. I think it's brought out tonight pretty clear that we need to change the tax form for people who need help with the property taxes, stuff like that. Like I said, you can't buy a pickup for $80,000 now. So we need to reinvestigate that and look at it and try to help our people of the county. And I want to make sure that somebody follows through with Christian Heritage, because last year we did put an officer in there, if I'm not mistaken. And I think we need to follow back to make sure we can work that out. And I'm thankful again for us taking care of our kids, putting the officers in the schools. And I know it's gonna cost money, but I don't know if any of them can be bought back. And I really appreciate it. And that's all I have right now.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a few things. I wasn't present for the July Board of Supervisors meeting, but I did watch the video. And just a couple things I wanted to touch on. Jeremy Holmes here, Executive Director, Regional Commission. I want to congratulate Lori for being named Vice Chair. I think that's going to be great for our county, and the ability for us to have joined the RVTPO, the Roanoke Valley Transportation Planning Organization, is a real feather in our cap, and at least we'll have a voice at the table, even if we don't have a vote. Next, I heard Mr. Hall's comments, the Executive Director for the Roanoke Regional Partnership, and it was very disconcerting to me that an organization we pay the amount of money to got 7 businesses last year. 2 were expansions of existing businesses, 5 were new businesses. All of them were located in Roanoke County except one was in Botetourt County. When he was questioned by my fellow board members about Summit View and why we didn't have businesses there, he immediately hopped on Mountain Valley Pipeline as the reason. Well, I'm going to tell you something. They're completing that pipeline, and when it's done, I'm going to be all over him like a cheap suit. We better get a business in here. It's ridiculous. He's covering his rear end by saying we don't have gas. And as a follow-up to that, and I know a couple of you all weren't on the board, we have obligated the taxpayers of this county to approximately $4 million to build infrastructure at Summit View Business Park for Roanoke Gas. I want Roanoke Gas over here. I want to know when my district's getting it, the town of Rocky Mount, and who's going to pay for it. Because every time they came here, they said, we need it for the schools, we need it for the courthouse, the hospital. That was their premise for forcing some of these board members. I didn't vote for it to make that agreement. So it's time for them to put up or shut up. And we need a review on that contract we've signed with Roanoke Gas. I want to know where we stand with that now and what we're actually obligated to as a board. We owe it to the citizens of this county. And I'd also like to acknowledge all the folks from Ferrum that have sat through a long, boring evening, I'm sure. And for my part, the property at Ferrum, I would like to see a multi-use there, maybe some patio homes in the entrance, but retain a large portion of that as a park area, a green space with walking trails that connect to the college. It may not mean a whole lot to me, I'm old, but down the road, that's going to mean a whole lot to young people in this county. And that's all I have.
You can take a wheelchair down there.
Well, maybe you can push me.
I'll push you.
Okay.
Nick Mitchell.
I'm looking forward to the Ag Fair this week, and I hope to see a lot of y'all there, and I'm glad we went forward with the school resource officers, and I hope that goes smoothly. And Steve, I'd also, not to be picking on you, but to Ronnie's point about the broadband stuff, we've been waiting on him. He was supposed to have cell service on the tower in Snow Creek in March. It's August. And we haven't seen that dude. So I'd like for him to come back. That's it.
Mr. Carter?
One other thing, I'm sorry I got carried away. We received this letter concerning Teal Creek and the Mountain Valley Pipeline. I would like for Ms. Smith to circulate this with the Smith Mountain Lake Association and also TLAC. I think these comments are very shocking in here. Destruction of the Roanoke log perch. Now Teal Creek and Little Creek through this entire section is sediment filled, and this is a section of about 3 acres. The open cut bore and crossings of this creek is going to release 15,000 cubic yards of temporary fill into the waters of Teal Creek, which is right up above the town of Rocky Mount's water intake plant, which also feeds Smith Mountain Lake. Filing materials they're going to release. It's over 400,000 cubic feet and 3 million gallons of material to impact the Blackwater River watershed from just over a little bit of 5 miles. The entire route in this county is 30 miles. So add 25 more to that, and what have you got? But
We'll be glad to take that forward.
I think you should make the lake folks aware of this. They're concerned about a solar farm. This is going to be a lot more damaging.
If you'll make sure that you hand me that, Mr. Carter, I'll
Yes,
take
ma'am,
care
I
of it.
will. And that's all I have.
All right.
You're on fire tonight.
See, you miss a meeting and you save up.
That's
Save
all
up. Well, I saved my part for last. I'd like to say thank you to our fine folks from Ferrum, and I apologize for you having to sit through such a long meeting. But I have been asked by the Ferrum Forward, and I've spoken with the county administrator and staff. They would like to use the property up there for some upcoming events until we decide for, what's going to be the permanent use for it. They've looked into liability insurance for the use of the property. They've looked into for like Porta Johns and all this sort of stuff. They're also aware of the possible permitting that may be required. And they're just asking for permission to utilize this property to have upcoming events there in the community. And I have Mr. Ed Saunders here that would like to address any questions that any of you may have. I guess I'm asking if anyone has any objections to them using the property.
I can certainly answer any questions you guys have as far as what we have planned or what amenities we need to address, what kind of permitting and stuff like that. If you guys have any, I'd be happy to answer them.
Anyone have any questions?
I would want to see, before
You don't see a proposal?
I want to see some kind of proposal, what you got in your mind.
Okay, I
Before
sent
I
that
would
to
agree.
Mr. Tatum, Mr. Whitlow, and Mr. Sandy. Essentially, what we're looking at doing, one of the events is, I could describe them to you, or if you want
Like to
an
see it in
official
writing,
proposal.
please.
I'm sorry?
Like to see it in writing.
Okay, yep. I can forward that to the rest of the board then.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, this may help members of the board and Mr. Saunders. We do have a prescribed set of guidelines in the county zoning ordinance. I know this is the non-zone portion of the county that speaks to the insurance and other things. There's criteria and so forth. And but we certainly can get that information out to the board as well as what Ferrum Ford may be requesting to do.
Okay.
What kind of possible activities are you thinking?
So we're looking at doing something similar to what we just had at the Harvester, essentially a storytelling about growing up in Ferrum, just kind of document some of the older folks, their stories about growing up there. The next event we would be having is like a haunted trail, working with the Spectrum group at the college there to develop a haunted trail to bring tourism down to Ferrum. The next event would be like a pre-Thanksgiving kind of holiday market. Bring out, we've got a lot of folks at the farmers market that do crafts and stuff like that. So something kind of pre-Christmas and not to interfere with the Christmas events here in Franklin County. In addition to that, one of the things that was requested was an evening farmers market, because we've had a lot of folks say, I'd love to come to the market on Saturday, but I can't make it. I work or I have something with the kids. So people asked us to do something on Thursday evenings. That way they could stop by on their way home from work, or it doesn't interfere with school, any of that kind of stuff. So we were asked to set up a farmer's market in the evening for that. And all of our vendors are extremely supportive of the idea. So
That generate any questions from anyone?
And I've gotten quotes for liability insurance for both the farmer's market and the events. I've got all that coverage. If there are any other concerns as far as liabilities or things that would put the county at risk, please let me know, and I'll certainly address those.
Did you say that you had submitted an application?
I had sent a request to Mr. Whitlow, Mr. Sandy, and Tim, and I wasn't told that I needed a certain format. Just basically lay out exactly what we were kind of hoping to do, the dates, times, those kind of things.
But if there's a specific format, then I must have missed that, because I do have the application for the events, and I do have that filled out. I'm waiting on just a few more signatures before I can have that finalized and notarized.
Sure. Mr. Saunders, I don't think there's a specific format, for events. We do have an events permit for music and entertainment.
Right, and I do have that. I'm waiting on a couple more signatures, and then that'll be finalized, and I'll have that for you.
So that one, and then if there's further guidance, we do have some criteria in the zone portions of the county that may be beneficial and instructive to the board, but I know, Mr. Tatum, you noted that you would bring this up tonight, so.
And let me also include the fact that most of our events have only been maybe 100, probably 150 folks. So that's kind of what we're expecting. It's not going to be a large crowd or something we have to shut down streets or anything for. And most of the Fair and Forward members behind me here plan on just managing that ourselves as volunteers. So, any other questions?
Anybody else have any questions? This be something we would need to take any action on, or just get a consensus?
I imagine we just need a consensus of the board, but to Mr. Thompson's request for information, I think we'll need to make sure that we have that information out to the board, and we can get that out as soon as possible.
Okay, and would it need to be in any more format or any different format than what I sent you guys?
It shouldn't be, Mr. Saunders. We'll send that criteria in the zoning ordinance and just make sure that all of those things are also included. Yep. I don't know what those things are, not having that in front of me, but we'll get that to you.
Gotcha.
And
I know there's like some restrictions as far as like barriers for sound and things like that, so we're not disturbing people, but
exactly,
it's in the middle of a forest, so that we're hoping that would be pretty minimal.
And we'll get that list to you, and then if there's anything that you haven't sent us, just add to that, and then we'll send it out and make sure we've got it all covered.
All right, thanks so much.
Are you working against the deadline?
I'm sorry? No, we're trying to get something next month, essentially before the weather starts to turn and gets a little bit more unpredictable. So
okay, just wanted to make sure.
Yeah, we're hoping to have the September be the start of our evening markets. So that's what we've told our vendors so far, is that's what we're shooting for. So ideally, that's kind of what we're up against.
Okay, thank you.
No problem. Any other questions? All right, thank you, guys.
We'll be in touch. And I would also like to echo Mr. Carter's statement, and I've made the same statement. I want to see that property at Ferrum used what I think is the best service for the community. We know the need for housing. We know that that it needs to be good quality housing. Something, that say if our seniors want to retire, sell the farm, but they don't want to leave Ferrum, they have an alternative to come to, like a patio home, something similar out at Franklin Heights that you see out there, or single-family dwellings, something in the affordable range, $150,000 to $250,000 range. $150,000 don't get you much house anymore. Neither does 200,000. But something, we have. I talked to Dr. Martin the other day, and she said, she's got lofty goals for the college. She's hoping to double enrollment within the next 5 years, which would get it up to about 1,500. If that's the case, she's going to need more staff. Right now, she's having a hard time filling staff positions because they can't find any place to live in the area, and they're having to drive from Roanoke and Radford and Blacksburg and places. And so, it would be great if we had this housing available. But with that said, I want to, limit the number of houses to a manageable number there, and I think that would be better served closer down to 40 area, because one, you're not having to run your water lines and sewer lines so far, and but then you've got all that back land that's so beautiful up through there, that has the trails that connects to the college trail system, that would lend itself perfectly for a park, hiking trails, a campground, maybe an outdoor amphitheater or something of that nature. But I just think there's multi-uses for that tract of land. It's been sitting there so long that nothing's been done with it. It's time we kick it into high gear a little bit and the value, the real value out of that property, and I think it's a multi-use, piece of property that would serve the county very well. And so I'm glad to see that we finally got it out for RFP. Thank you, Mr. Sandy and Mr. Gwynn for working on that and getting that out. We're waiting, to get any proposals in, all the proposals, and we want it to be a project that everyone in the county is proud of. And that's, I look forward to seeing it. I still have one gentleman that lives up next to Crossroads. Every time I see him at the store, he's telling me, I'm tired of mowing my yard, hurry up them houses. So I've got to hurry up. He's on me, so that's all I have. Anybody else have anything before we go to, Mr. Thompson?
Yes, sir, I do. If this needs to be in the form of a motion, then so be it, it's that. But I move that the board pen a response to Mayor Perdue's letter requesting that the county assist in the purchase of a fire truck for the use for the Rocky Mount Volunteer Fire Department. And in this letter, point out that over the past 3 years, the county has funded the purchase of gear and equipment to the fire department in the amount of $4,338,528, and that pursuant to a memorandum of agreement between the county and the town in November of 2000, the county has allocated funds to the department every year in the amount of approximately $90,000 per year, which is more than the county allocates to any other fire department. And in light of those past and future contributions, the county will agree to provide $50,000 per year for 20 years towards the purchase of the fire truck, in addition to our yearly contribution under the memorandum of agreement. This offer is contingent upon the town agreeing that the fire truck be co-titled in the names of the town and the county.
That was made in the form of a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second on the floor. Do we have any further discussion before we take a final vote? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, will you take a roll call, please?
Supervisor Tommy Cundiff,
Yes.
Supervisor Lori Smith,
Yes.
Supervisor Ronnie Thompson,
Yes.
Supervisor Ronald Mitchell,
Yes.
Supervisor Nick Mitchell,
Yes.
Supervisor Mike Carter,
Yes.
Chairman Tatum.
Yes. All right. And, Mr. Whitlow, can you make sure that the mayor and town manager get a copy of this?
Yes.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we have reached a time set aside in our meeting for public comment. Public comment gives citizens an opportunity to address the board in person or in writing on matters appropriate to the responsibilities of the board. Speakers must direct all comments to the board as a whole and not to individual board members or employees of the board or county. Personal attacks or insulting or profane or vulgar language will not be tolerated. Likewise, commentary on issues that are not within the purview of the board and that are not a function of local government and over which we have no control are not acceptable. Public comment is not a question and answer session, and board members will not answer questions during public comment. If a speaker violates these rules, the chair may rule the speaker out of order, and upon a second violation, have the speaker removed from the podium. Madam Clerk, will you please call the first speaker?
Don Vineyard,
State your name and address for the record, please.
Don Vineyard, 1755 5 Mile Mountain Road, Callaway. It's good to see you all again. Haven't been here for a while, but it's great to see your faces, and I appreciate what you all do. I'm here mainly to support Ed. I'm here with the Lions tonight. I go to Ferrum to be the Lions Club. I go to Ferrum to eat on Friday nights at the Fish Fry, which is wonderful. Tim and I have to race to the dessert bar before it disappears. But we are doing great things in Ferrum, and I actually live in Callaway, but I love going over Ferrum Mountain Road because it's happening there. That's where we got people who are excited with the Ferrum Forward and the Ferrum Lions. This past weekend, we were helping the freshmen come in. We have our Ferrum Forward works with them, and we take them out in the community and let the young folks see what Ferrum's all about and meet the people around and do some work for the area. So it's great to be in Ferrum, and I just want to reiterate actually what Chairman Tatum has been saying. We have a plan. We have some young people who are excited about helping us develop that plan. When I'm at the farmer's market, I meet people who have moved into the area and are excited to be involved. And I hope that you all will help us as we have what I think is a really good idea for that area that will advance. And I'm talking about the industrial park that was purchased in '95, was it?
Something like that.
Something like that. So I think we've got energy, we've got people who are excited to be involved, and all we really need is whatever you can do to help us make it happen, and whatever we can do to help you make it happen. We want to work together with you and put together something we can all, as Chairman Tatum says, we can all be proud of in the whole county. So thank you for the opportunity to speak to you, and thank you for all you do for the county.
Thank you.
Thank you, Don.
Bob Polad?
You know the drill.
Bob Polad, 800 Thompson Ridge Road, Ferrum. I spoke last month in favor, but I also wanted to say thank you to, all of the people. I shouldn't point people out, but Steve Sandy and Lisa Cooper and Beth Sims for getting us started at Ferrum Forward, for really giving us a plan and a chance to give input. I think one of the cornerstones of a strong community, which I've been in for 45 years, is people feeling like they have a part. And the person that is asking you for a house or whatever are happy to come to us and ask for things. And our community group really has given a voice, not to just Ferrum College, which often it was Ferrum College and Ferrum Community. It is now a community of people that combines both of those. And I think this 82 acres is kind of that melding of, community interest and opportunity as well as housing. And we support the idea of housing. There's absolutely no question. But we also support the idea, as a botanist, as I told you last time, I lead hikes and trails all the time, and it's a beautiful piece of property. And I've taught in those areas back there for many years. But I just really feel like appropriate use of that property is very, very important to the community. And I would appreciate you all, as the RFP is out there. I know Ed and Becca are working very hard on that with an impressive proposal that is listing and going with that RFP. So thank you, and I appreciate your support.
Thank you.
Thanks, Bob.
Could I make a comment, Mr. Chairman? My son had Dr. Polad at Ferrum College, and he can name every plant and tree in the forest. And the other day, we were in the woods, and he picked this mushroom, and he goes, "You can eat this, Dad." I said, "You eat it first, and let me see what it does to you."
Bob can tell them.
Yeah.
Kathy Cummins?
State your name and address, please.
Kathy Cummins. I live at 3579 Kemp Ford Road in Union Hall. Good evening, Board of Supervisors. It's been a long meeting, but really interesting. I thank you for your job. Franklin County Veterans Memorial Park in Rocky Mount is a lovely spot just off of South Main, overlooking a bend in the Pig River. The Town of Rocky Mount website says that the memorial honors those who lost their lives while preserving our freedoms. There are a great many names ascribed to the American Civil War. My guess is that these are all Confederate soldiers who were not fighting to protect the freedoms of the enslaved people who comprised at least a third of Virginia's population at the time. From Ms. Glennon Moore's research, we know the names of 70 men from Franklin County who served in the Union Army. None of these names are at the Veterans Memorial Park. So with that memorial, why do we need a second monument devoted to the Confederacy in front of the courthouse? As you drive by that monument on the courthouse lawn, the name Jubal Early stands out. Jubal Early was born in Franklin County, and his maternal grandfather, Samuel Hairston, was perhaps the wealthiest man in the South, worth $5 million in land and enslaved people in 1851. Young Jubal attended private schools and academies and graduated from the United States Military Academy at West Point, New York. He left the Army to practice law and participate in politics after the Mexican-American War. He owned no real estate and lived in a boarding house, as many lawyers did then. He lived with a woman, Julia McNeely, who bore him 4 children. While Jubal acknowledged the children, he never married Julia. She finally married another man in 1871. Early represented Franklin County in the Virginia Secession Convention of 1861 and strongly opposed secession, though ultimately Virginians did vote to leave the Union. But like many of his cousins, Jubal Early did accept a commission to serve fighting against the U.S. Army. Promoted from colonel to general, Early led Confederate troops in most of the major battles in the Eastern Theater and the Shenandoah Valley. But after disastrous losses which nearly destroyed the Confederates near Waynesboro in 1865, Robert E. Lee relieved Early of his command, explaining that his men no longer had confidence in his leadership. When the war ended, Jubal Early fled to Texas, then Mexico, Cuba, and finally Canada. Despite his former Unionist stance, Early declared himself unable to live under the same government as the Yankees. He did return to Lynchburg and spent the rest of his life justifying the Confederate cause as an outspoken proponent of white supremacy. He believed his religion justified the practice of slavery, and he despised abolitionists. Modern historians, such as sociologist James Lowen, credit Jubal Early with fomenting racial hatred in the post-Reconstruction years. Franklin County has a monument to this man on its courthouse lawn.
Glenna Moore.
Good evening. Glenna Hawkins Moore, Scenic River Drive, Snow Creek District. This is the final of a 4-part story about a free black woman, Nancy Beverly, and her free black sons, born in Franklin County and enlisted in the United States Colored Troops during the Civil War. Private Harrod Beverly and his younger brother, Private Samuel Beverly. According to the research of the Shenandoah Valley Black Heritage Project, Harrod and Samuel served with the 5th United States Colored Infantry in its earliest days. They were in action at Sandy Swamp, North Carolina, Richmond, and New Kent Courthouse. They were part of General Butler's operations on the south side of the James River and against Petersburg and Richmond in May and June of 1864. They were also involved in the Battle of Chaffin's Farm and Newmarket Height. The Battle of Fort Harrison on September 29th is where younger brother Samuel was recorded as captured. His military cards list him as killed in action at Chapin's Farm, but later his records show he was a prisoner of war. These records indicate he was wounded and or captured at Fort Harrison and held in Richmond until he was transferred to a Richmond, Virginia hospital. Nancy and her surviving son, Harrod, searched for Samuel following the war, which may have led them to the discovery of the North Carolina records that show he was moved to the Confederate prison in Salisbury, North Carolina in November of 1864. The Salisbury prison, initially intended for 2,500 prisoners, would grow to nearly 10,000. Many were in the prison's hospital. Countless were buried in trenches. My father, Samuel Hawkins, was born in Rowan County. In some sentimental way, I feel that Samuel Beverly fought and died so my Samuel could be born free 2 generations in the future, even if it was under the restrictions of Jim Crow. Serving in the 5th United States Colored Troops with Harrod and Samuel were the following black men also born in Franklin County: Private Paul Robertson, Private Archibald Allen, Private Daniel Colbert, Private Peter Rivers, and Corporal William Thompson. I look forward to meeting with Representatives Mike Carter and Nick Mitchell. Thank you.
Ed Saunders?
Name's Ed Saunders, 245 Nature Zone Road, Ferrum, Virginia. Remembered it this time. I'd like to thank you all just for considering the use of the property out there. I don't want to take any more of your time. It's been a very long day. I can only imagine how you guys feel. So I just wanted to thank you. I wanted to thank everybody that's been a part of that. And you guys have a great evening. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ed.
Thank you, Ed.
I have no more speakers, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Is there anyone else that's here tonight that would like to speak at this time? Seeing none, thank you for coming. We will be adjourned.
Good night.
Everyone have a good night, and our next meeting, will be set for August the 31st at 2 p.m.
At the Franklin
at the Center for a work session.